Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, today we are finally back on an actual Saturday, even though we are still late, but we are indeed finally back with oxygen not included. Well, hello everybody. How is it going? Let me take a look into chat. Who do we already have? We have Words, we have Ichiban, we have Jez. Welcome back, Jez. Always good to see you. We have Alfie, To Be Alone. We have Rubber Duck. Who else do we have? We have Goof, we have Amigo, we have PT. Yes, welcome to all of you, Anthony. Thank you all for joining. Absolutely appreciate it. Okay, so last week I had every intention to continue today where we stopped last time. But what I didn't see coming was such an imminent release of the actual DLC. And as you guys may not know or may know, the DLC has released 2 days ago on the 12th. It is, I believe, $6.99 or $7.99. It's not that much, and it's even cheaper if you already own the other DLC, which is, of course, the Spaced Out DLC. And so far, I can highly recommend it. But what that means is we are going to start a new world today. And that is precisely what we are going to do now. But first of all, Sarah Greenfield is here, says, hi, I'm new here, Sarah. That is awesome. Thank you very much for joining today. Truly appreciate it. The Dragonheart is here. And over on Twitch, we have Sebediah, and we have, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I just say TXU. How about that? All right, let's go with you game, where it says $7.99, and TXU also says $7.99. That's the price of the DLC by itself. And it's cheaper if you already own Spaced Out. All right, let's go. We go survival, of course. We're going to go classic, of course. And we are going to go right here for the Prehistoric Planet Pack. And look at that, Jez. 20 months as a level 3 engineer. That is absolutely insane, Jez. Thank you very much for your continued support, not only as a member, but also as a moderator. All right, let's take a peek here. First of all, let's choose us a little bit of a decent world trait here. We do want Geoactive, that is for sure. We need all the help we can get on this one. That actually looks great. Look at this here. Geoactive and metal rich with small boulders. That is fine with me. Crashed satellites and volcanic activity. And we have Rubber Duck here, 7 months. Also as a level 3 engineer on YouTube. Thank you very much for that, Rubber Duck. Sebediah says it was 7.99 euros, but because I owned the others, it was reduced another 20% to something like 5.30. So that is for our friends over in Europe. Apparently it's 7.99. or 5.30 if you already have Spaced Out. All right, I think we're gonna go with this here. That's great. Also, Goof, thank you very much for resubscribing as a level 1 engineer. Truly, truly appreciate that. But now, guys, I need to ask you a few questions here. We are going to use this here as our starting planetoid. You can see the coordinates right here if you want to play along right away. But story traits, do we want to leave those all on or not? And more importantly, the Scramble DLCs. Do we want to leave all the DLC content on, and what do we want to do with our Biome remixes and Asteroid remixes down here? I personally would say that we do the same thing as last time, and that is to turn off the Bionic Booster Pack, but leave on the Frosty one. I don't know. How are you guys feeling about that? Let me know. Let me know how we're feeling about this here. No Bionic, says Goof. I would agree with that, but again, I will do what the majority says. Let me take a look here. I mean, from a story trait perspective, they don't really hurt anything if we leave them. They don't really take a hell of a lot away from the game if we remove them. So I don't think it matters too much. The DLCs are much more important. All right, let's see what do we have here. Same as last time, where it says agreed. Jared is here, says hello all. Hi, Beer. I hope everyone is doing well today. Jared, thanks for joining. Truly appreciate it. And yeah, so far, I'm doing great. Rubberduck says no Bionics. No bops, no other DLC. Okay, let's get rid of the Bionic Booster Pack here. Let's do that. And how about the Frosty Planet Pack? Because we have Dragonheart here. Dragonheart says no other DLC at all. How are we feeling about that? Sebediah also says no Bionic, please. That's nice. Frosty On says Nishi Nish. Okay. Come on, guys. Let me know. It's your game. We're playing your game here. It's like in the real life. It's like in real life, you know? Like in a democracy. If you don't vote, You don't have a voice. How that works. Keep the frost on. I'm Canadian, it's always Frosty, says F. F in chat says I'm Canadian, it's always Frosty. But Sarah says Frosty off. The majority here clearly wants to see Frosty on. So I would say let's meet in the middle here. Let's go here, guaranteed. Let's do these here all likely. How about that? These here are obviously going to be in there because we are playing on the Prehistoric Planet Pack, so we cannot turn them off. They are automatically on, just like the Prehistoric Planet Pack. I think we're going to go with the Ceres Fragment as guaranteed, and the other biomes right here. I say we're going to go likely. How about that? So yeah. How about that? Pretty simple. We leave the bionic off. Also, or should we do... You know what? Let's let luck decide. All of them, let's go likely. How about that? Okay, story traits are all good. World traits are all good. Once again, right here are the coordinates if you choose to play along. Right here in front of you. You can pause it right now and then join in. All right, let's go. Also, I left everything on default, obviously. All the settings are 100% default. Nothing has changed, which means the impact will be in 200 cycles. And everything else is just standard. Okay, let's see. Starting dupes. We need some dupes. We need a name for the colony as well. So you guys come up with that while I take a look around here. We will go with a digger, we will go with a researcher, and we will go with a farmer or rancher, one or the other. It doesn't really matter too much. Well, let's start here on the left. Let me click through here. Again, suggest names to the colony in chat while I'm taking a look here. You guys know how this goes. This can take 2 seconds. This can take 10 minutes to find a decent dupe for each and every one of our slots here. The beginning matters a great deal. Cannot do doctoring, increase machinery, but digging and research, it would actually not be too bad. But a +8, an increased bladder, we can deal with that. Increased husbandry, not really helpful. Let's see, we could just go straight digging with our first one. I mean, that's not optimal necessarily, to be truthful. Digging and building would be great, but decreased strength is not optimal. Let's see. Digging and researching, digging and farming, digging, supplying, and building. Starts with hard digging, but a bottomless stomach. I think Nisbet right here is going to be a pretty good start for us. I think that makes sense. Also, Jazz with 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Jazz, you're an absolute beast, which of course means, on top of you already being for 20 months a level 3 engineer, you get to have your pick from our starting dupes. But let me see here. We do need a researcher, and a pretty strong one at that, preferably. That was a +9 here, but a second skill is always a good thing in the beginning. Yeah, not exactly that. Operating, doctoring, not necessarily. Researching and farming, that could come in handy. That would allow us to change over here to a, where are we at? Where are we at? Rancher. That would be great. Ranching and farming, of course, would be even better. That's what we are going to go for, but having another farmer in the beginning probably wouldn't hurt. I know what you're like with the Rex. I'm not sure if I want to be a dupe. Somebody caught up for the beta streams, huh? Yeah. Yeah. There. Accidents occurred. Let me put it that way. The allergic reaction to fluorescent. Do I foresee that to become a problem? Yeah, potentially. Not inside the base, though, as a researcher and a farmer, so I'm not too worried about it. That should be fine. That should be okay. Let's see what we have over here. Ranching and researching. Ranching and building. Ranching and operating. Ranching and operating wouldn't hurt. Ranching, farming, and operating with increased construction and decreased creativity. All right, I think we can work with this here. That is plenty. That is plenty. All right, well, let me take a look in chat and let me see. We, of course, still need our name here. We have, you guys suggested Second Rock, T-Rex Terrarium, Jurassic Park, Chicxulub Base, I don't even know what that means, Meep Impact, Cryogenian, not using DGSM? No, I don't like that. I don't like DGSM PT. I like to do it the old-fashioned way. Yes, it takes a second longer. That may be true. But, I don't know. Just feels more natural this way, instead of just giving the dupes whatever I want. But that's just me. Okay, Chess says, I'll be a Nisbet, she's a goat. Okay, we have WK Jizz in here as our Nisbet, as our digger. He has first dibs, he's got it. We have Words who wants to play with the dinos again. Alright, Words. We're gonna get you over here to the right. And then we need a researcher. Who would like to be the researcher? Do we have another member? All scores, the same is true for Twitch at all times. Jurassic Fark. Jurassic Fark, yes, I misread that, Sebediah. You are right. I can do research, says Dimitris, but let's see. We also have Killjoy and Rubber Duck. And we have Goof. Goof was first. So Goof is gonna start. Name it Good Luck, everyone. Yes, that is a good idea. But Goof, first you're gonna get a do. How about you're gonna be our researcher, and then we're gonna go in order. All right, down here on the bottom. What are we gonna do? What do you guys feel like? Buried dupe side. That is accurate, probably. Yes, I can't deny it. Neo, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly appreciate it. Hey, man, how are we doing? We're doing great, Francis. How about yourself? Let's see. Doomed Colony. I mean, that is pretty accurate. How about we do that? That's pretty simple. That's pretty straightforward. And I mean, it's very descriptive. It's very descriptive. Doomed Colony, suggested by Dimitris. Very nice. Let's hop in. Let's go. And let's see what this world here has in store for us. Alert! My collision monitoring system has detected an imminent threat to our survival. A huge impactor asteroid is hurtling directly at this planet. We must make our way to the surface and mount a defense system in time to destroy the incoming asteroid before it destroys us. Begin. All right. I figured I would read that because it is for the first time differently. For the first time different in a long, long time. So, figured we're gonna take a closer look at that. All right, what do we have here? Plenty of water to our left, to our right, top. It's basically everywhere. That's great. Let's just take a look around here. Let's go to the left. Let's go 4 high as usual. Make our way to the water source and go from there. Mark, thank you very, very much for the Twitch Prime. I truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look over here towards the left. We have the water source right here. That's great. I'm immediately going to start putting in a tile right here. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how far we want to go. And that's how far we want to go on the right. We're going to put that on a extremely low priority because that's the last thing we need. I really just want to build it for measurement purposes as usual. Another one is going to be here. And then on the left side, we're going to leave one here, one there. And that is our beginning. And the same is going to be true for over there. The ladder is going to be right here. 2 empty. And the next one is going to be right there. All right, basic floor setup is done. Let's get over to the left. And yeah, this water here is just going to be in our way. Basically, no matter what we do. But that is totally fine. Won't have water on cycle 1, most likely. That is okay. Let's see. In furniture, we're going to put a cot probably right here. We're going to put another cot. Let me do the math here. Right there. Yeah. They can immediately start on that. We're just going to make our way all the way over here to the left. And put in a floor. That's basically all that we need for this moment. Let's speed it up a little bit here. And let's see how it goes. Sarah, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, so far so good though. We already have an Ovagro node right here. I mean, so far for all the screenshots and everything else that I took, one spawned here every time, so I feel like that keeps happening. Keep on wheeling. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. But as I was saying, the Ovagro node, it seems like that's default to spawn on this planet in the very beginning, inside of your starting area, which is quite interesting. So they want you to go immediately down the lump road, if more or less if you like it or not. That is apparently the intended way to play the game. Yes, we have a research portal right here. In the beta, that gave us access to the blasting caps, or I don't know, rockets, whatever those damn things are called, that we need to blow the meteor out of the sky. That's what it did then. We will see if it does the same thing still now. Let's put in some doors here, right here, and right there. And let's take a look at this water right here. It's going to be in our way, isn't it? Of course it is. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, and it is, of course, much too high here. So we may have to do this differently, at least at the start here, and make this area here a little bit more compact. Until we actually have the capability to deal with this water here. That is. So let's rip these here out again. Yes, that will cost us a little bit of time, but unfortunately, that is just how it goes sometimes. Let's also give the command to dig out the bottom row right here. Once we can, we are going to give this here a lower priority though than what we are working with over here. I want this here to be finished first. So let's take a look here in COTS. If I do the absolute bare minimum right here, and then just temporarily pop in the outhouse here and right there, and then put it in medicine, the wash basin right here. Is it optimal? No, it's not, but it will work. Which reminds me, Bier, want to tell folks about away team? Yes, we will talk about away team very, very shortly, because I am truly excited about this thing. Yeah, I have it planned here, but let's first get a little bit of a start going here, and then let's dive into that. Okay, open the bottom, lock the top, set this here to right, and then let's make our way down here as soon as we can, and as fast as we can, of course, as well. Right here, we will need a tile, so let's plop that in. Very nice. There we go. Slowly but steadily making our way, and we can directly pause it and start with the power. We're going to put the manual generator right here. We're going to put in a power wire that runs, I believe, to here, if I'm not mistaken. So let me double check that. In our stations overlay. And, yep, put in the research station right beside it. Very nice, very straightforward. And I'm immediately going to set our outhouses here to the highest priority, because if I don't, later on, yeah, the dudes will not take care of it as our base grows. Away Team, yes, Away Team is a game that was just announced by Clay. So we will see. We will actually watch the trailer here in a few minutes. But like I said, let's first take a look that we get this base here up and running for a few cycles. So we are at least somewhat confident that our dukes are not going to die while we watch that video. It's an interesting game, and it is Oxygen not included inspired, so it's not just some random other game. Once again, it is actually Oxygen not included inspired, which makes it so exciting to me personally. Yeah, what do we have down here? Those are the single serve foods, a mimicabud. So yeah, let's bring this ladder down here, I believe. I think that's the best course of action right here. So we can tear this here up, and I'm just going to dump this water down here for right now. I mean, we just got to get it out of the way. It has to go somewhere. So we might as well dump it here so we can set this here up properly. Research station, please build it. And while we are at it in priorities, I'm going to directly say decorating and researching everybody is disallowed except Goof, because Goof here is, of course, our researcher. Jez right here is digging, attacking, and he's also... Didn't you have some skill points in farming? I think I changed that last second, didn't I? Yeah, right here, Goof is farming. And then right here we have ranching and also farming forwards. Very good. Directly in the beginning, to set this here up. Also, you can have 1 extra point in construction and operating. Very nice. All right, dudes. So far, it's looking pretty decent. Just as I've noticed that the starting water is stingy on PvP, probably to draw people into the figure-related drama. Yeah, the starting water is relatively stingy here. You are not wrong about that. So yeah, you will have to make do though, one way or another, as usual. Let's put down here a pitcher pump. yes, the water will rise. We should probably build it actually pretty much higher here. How are we gonna do this actually? Let me think about it right here. Nah, there's no point in doing this. I'm going to put a ladder that comes straight down here. And then we're gonna dig it right here, all out, all across. And then last but not least, the pitcher pump is actually going to live. Yeah, right here. There we go. That's what that should look like. Slowly, but steadily, we'll get there. Yeah, that's fine. We will see what impact this water here has once we are releasing it. Also, why is the speed on 1x? Definitely don't want to do that. Also, can we actually... You're stuck up here now, aren't you, Goof? I believe you are. What is the ladder built out of? Shale. Do we have enough shale up here that you can build more ladders? I think we do. Yeah, there's plenty here. Maybe Goof right here in Cycle 2 can do it all by himself. Let's find out. Well, let's make his life a little bit easier here. And do it like this. And do it like that. And let's see if he can dig himself up there, release the water on his way, and make us another pathway. Very nice. Good job, Goof. Good job. Goof gonna get himself stuck. Yep. It apparently has fire, which the original game doesn't, says Elemental Raptor about away team. Yeah, I foresee danger. I foresee danger, and I foresee danger soup too. Let's dig this here out. Very nice. And then let's tell the dudes to release this nonsense here as well. Very, very good. Very, very nice. We take a look at the star map. So yes, okay. It is coming. We just don't see it yet on here. What do we have to do? Oh, we have to get to actual space for this pop-up to appear, don't we? Am I right about that? I think that's how it works, right? Let's see here. I'm guessing it's a very warm start as they're grizzling about the heat in the water. Yeah, the water is at 36 degrees. We are rather warm in our starting area here. It's certainly no joke. Let's go to the research station right here and let's start with what we need. We will need the farm tile, of course, relatively quickly, and we will have to go down here to ranching right thereafter. But first we're going to grab us internal combustion, grab us the supercomputer on our way down here, and probably... I mean, at this point, we should probably stop right here. Once we have the supercomputer, we should get us right away right here ranching. And once we have ranching, we can go ahead and get us the food from our lumps right here. I think that's the master plan, at least for right now. This node right here, there's not really too many choices that we have. We will have to dig it up to expand our base here at the standard size over here to the right. And then we can unlock the portal once we reach it. Pretty simple and straightforward. I thought the research station activated the countdown time. Is it the research portal? It could well be. I may be wrong about that, because I just don't remember what exactly triggered it in the beta. It may be that it's actually the research portal. That may well be. Okay. Oops. How are we doing? Yes, I know this here is currently not a toilet or bathroom or any room for that matter anymore, but we are going to fix that as soon as we build it right up here on the top in our standard sizes, as that should have been from the beginning, but it wasn't, as we all saw. We didn't really have a choice due to the water that was trapped. If we wanted them to sleep properly on cycle 1, we had to be, let's say, slightly creative. So we'll rip all this here out. We don't need it anymore. Very nice. And also on the right side. Plenty to do for the dudes. Plenty to research. Plenty to dig. Making our progress slowly but steadily. Also, at a much less high priority, we can happily dig down here as well. Grab us that extra sweat corn and the Mimica while we are at it. 0.3 until we have our first printing pod ready. Definitely looking forward to that. But yes, to get in here, one more row is lacking. I just realized. That would be helpful, I suppose. And one extra piece of ladder. For good measure. Okay, we got the algae terrarium, planter box, and the ration box. I don't want to build one here. Clearly that was an accident. Alright, let's make our way down here. And once again, just for the sake of exchanges of gases, we are going to open this here up just a little bit more. On the left and on the right. Okay, we need to this time hurry up a little bit more. We need to be more efficient. In the beta we were testing around, and this time around I think we are not going to mess with the Rex until after the impact, or at least only if we are sure everything else has been done, because we wasted about 30 or 40 cycles at the bare minimum last time around trying to find a setup that will work within one stream. But we have our first blueprint available, and the question, as usual, goes to you guys. What should we do? We can pick a Gothman right here with digging +7, story-eyed morale bonus while in space, but cannot do doctoring errands. Overall, not too shabby of a dupe. We have Joshua right here, digging, operating, and decorating, story-eyed as well, cannot do doctoring, but is a loud sleeper. Also, really not that bad of a dupe, honestly. We have Sandstone, 1,000 kilograms, 1 metric ton worth of it, and we have Idilla seeds. 3 of them we currently have 0. Those are our 4 options plus the reject all button. Let me know in chat, guys, what should we do? And of course, that is what we are going to do. And of course, the same is true for Twitch as well as YouTube. The platform you're choosing to watch does not matter in the slightest. Okay, let's bring all of this down here. Make it all look nice and pretty. And then, should we go completely nuts this time around? I mean, probably a dumb idea. Yeah, we probably shouldn't go for private bedrooms. Not yet. Nah, that's stupid. Not when we are facing the threat of a imminent meteor or asteroid impact. You should probably be slightly more sensible here. So let's try that out. This is the standard size that our bedrooms and bathrooms should be, and that's what we are putting in now. All right, let me take a look here in chat. What do we have? We have 1 vote for digging, literally, which is interesting because we have 2 diggers. That's not going to help me, Nyko. We have option 1, which is the Gossman. Gossman gets 2, Gossman gets 3, Gossman gets 4, Gossman gets 5. Dang it, I got distracted during the printing pod display again. Come on, words. I'm loving the Gossman love. There's a lot of Gossman love. Yep, apparently Gossman is it. Now the question is, who would like to become our Gossman? Once again, as usual, anybody who is a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, first come, first serve. That's that simple. We have Demetrius, and it looks like Demetrius won. Demetrius, welcome to the game. I am going to leave your last name out. If you don't mind, if you have a problem with that, I will add it. Let me know. But for right now, I'm just going to leave it off because it will make my life easier in the long run. You are a hardcore digger, and that is your job. All right, very good. And down here on the bottom, of course, full force digging. Beautiful. No problem at all, says Demetrius. Awesome. Love to hear it. All right, Demetrius is here. And Demetrius is doing not a hell of a lot because we are currently on nights. Yeah, that makes sense. And as soon as we have 2 of these bedrooms here built, we will go ahead and also convert the bottom one to be proper, as that should be. At least in a couple of regards, we can already get that started. Like, for example, putting in the rear wall right here that we will need eventually one way or another. Anyway, we can do that before we have to completely disassemble it and reassemble it later. Yeah, just in time to sleep. I was a pretty unfortunate timing a little bit later, and you may have gotten your own caught, but yeah. Oh, now you post the link, Nightbot? Ah, it's just a slight delay. It's latency. All right, let's get over here. Do we not have anyone who can... Oh, yeah, there's Goof. Let's see. We have the research portal. Goof is opening it. Taking a peek. The portal is unlocked. Let's take a look at it. Eureka! We have decrypted the research portal's final transmission. New buildings have become available. We got the blast shot maker and the meteor blaster. And whoever said that earlier, I do not remember who, was 100% correct. It seems like the research portal is what actually makes the timer show up on the screen. It doesn't actually start the 200 cycle countdown though. There's a big difference. Gotta keep that in mind. And right here is our impact area. That is what we already saw in the beta. And we can toggle this on and off with this little button right here. And it looks like, my God, it's going to take a hell of a lot out of our base. So maybe, just maybe, going up is not the way to do it. Maybe, just maybe. Going down is the more, let's say, sensible option. How about that? I think sensible makes sense. Dragon32 here says, BierTier, hello, I just got the new DLC myself. Hell yeah, that's awesome. And I mean, I only played the beta for 2 streams. That's all the hours I have under my belt. I mean, you saw every second of it live. I haven't played another minute of it. So, what I'm trying to say is, I highly recommend it. So far, I have really enjoyed it. I like it. I like the new critters. I like the new mechanics. Oh, great game. Great DLC. It's worth the $8 or the $5 and a few cents if you already have the last DLC, which is, of course, spaced out. The last big DLC, to be very precise here. Then, yeah, if that is the case, if that is something we have to do here, then let's go deeper. Move our water supply further down, out of the way, so we get the building space up here. That is a necessity, of course. But it is very simple to do. We are just going to grab us these resources right here on our way down. And at the same time, we need to start farming and we need to start ranching. We need to keep our food up. It's not going to be a problem quite yet, but it will be a problem eventually. Maybe, can we just harvest this here for now? Will this thing ever come back down here? I guess we will find out. Why not try it? Let's turn it on and see what happens. Every extra food is good for us, so we might as well leave this here for the time being. But yes, we need to build a little bit more here. Skill-wise, nothing yet. So yeah, we'll see. Right here. Victor Milan, thank you very much for becoming a supporter on YouTube. Truly, truly appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, we have this damn thing here in the way, and we do not have the skills yet to demolish it. That is highly unfortunate, not gonna lie. But not the end of the world, because we can just one layer higher for right now, and then also one layer lower. I only want to go one higher, about this high right here. Let's see if I put in the doors right here. Can I make a farm out of this bad boy? And Dragon32C with a $5 super chat. I enjoy your streams. Thank you very much for that. That's true. I get so few of those, I completely forgot that I have TTS turned on. That is right. I turned that on a long-ass time ago and forgot it existed. Either way, though, Dragon, thank you very much for that. Truly, truly appreciate it. And Star Soldier over on Twitch, welcome to the stream. Also for you. Appreciate you joining in today. Thank you. All right, 96 tiles leads us all the way over here. Just for good measure, I'm going to slap that in there so we can see what we are working with. And then right here, 4 tiles is right there, which means the next layer is going to start right here. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. That's exactly what we are going to put in here. Maybe not quite that hard yet. We have to deal with this water here first. But at least in theory, all this here can already be done. Let's bring this one here over as well. And open this here up. Yes, it will take some time until we can use the middle row here. But it's better than nothing. Let's help out our research down here. Our station. No, not ready yet. I expected it to be done by now. Not even close. My God, my sense of time is apparently way messed up. Guess that's how it goes sometimes. Either way, we're going to put in some doors right here. And then one more thing that we may do. Yeah, I'm going to add one more thing to it, which is the ceiling light. We do want that. Demetrius is about to get trapped in there. Demetrius is about to get trapped in there. He sure as hell is. He was really trying to get himself trapped in there. If they would have built this tile here, they would have been both trapped in there. Good eye. Good eye, though. There we go. Now, you shouldn't be able to get trapped anymore, or at the bare minimum, not so easily. Let's lock all the top doors. And let's open up all the bottom doors. As that should be. Classic dupe behavior. Classic dupe behavior, indeed. Okay, dupes. What are we messing with right now? We really need another dupe very soon here. 2 more cycles to go. I think I might already go ahead and set up our scheduling system right here. We are going to add a new schedule. Very simple and straightforward. We're just going to kill everything. And we're just going to move everything to where we basically start up next. So we're going to start off right here with our downtime. Then we're going to say bedtime right here. And then bath time afterwards. Does it really matter? I mean, no. No, it doesn't matter. If the bath time is before or after, because there is no bath time anyway. As of yet, we don't have any showers. Is the research queue a mod or was it added to the base game? Says some Langer. It is a mod that I'm using, but correct me, wasn't it added to the game as well? In some way, shape, or form, but I think it's an inferior form that was added to the game compared to the mod, if I remember correctly. Please, somebody correct me here. I have used the mod for so long that I actually don't know anymore. The base game does. Isn't that sad in some way? Some twisted way. Not in base game, says Goof. Goof says it's not in the base game, so apparently it's still only the mod. Okay. But yeah, it's a mod. And it's literally called Research Queue. Will they go idle on bath time with no bath around? I actually don't know. I think it's just used as another downtime at that point, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, making progress slowly but steadily. Can already put the rest of the infrastructure in here as well, of course, and give all of our outhouses, every single one that we build, needs to have a number 9 priority to make sure that our dudes take care of it the moment they become clogged up, or it's gonna end in a disaster very, very quickly. Okay, stations, do we have it yet? Still not, but it looks like Goof is hard at work. Can't really complain about him, he's doing it. You can pick a research and it will do all the pre-required research to get to that research. Okay, so that's in the game. So you can basically, instead of clicking here and here and here, you can just click here and it will automatically do these 3 here in a row. So that's what's in the base game. I gotcha. All right. Oh, I had no idea. I've used Research Queue for years. It's such a great mod. It just works. It has never caused me an issue. And it's just such a time saver. Absolutely recommend it. No questions asked. All right, got our 4 bedrooms, which means we can now rip all the nonsense in the middle out and fix that up as well for the next 2 dupes that we are hopefully going to bring on soon before we start over here on the right side. That is the first thing that we want to have, so our dupes are well taken care of, and then we will go from there. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, almost done. Yes, this pneumatic door here is allowed to be deconstructed as well. And we can immediately start putting in cots, as well as wash basins and outhouses and doors. Perfect. That should do it. It's been in the base game for years. Really? See, I wouldn't know. I would literally not know. Not even exaggerating. Let's rip these here out while you're at it, dudes. Perfectly fine. And I think we are also going to put in another floor right here as soon as we can. I think that makes the most sense. Not exactly like that, but almost. There we go. But I do believe we do need to give this ladder right here, as well as these 2 particular areas right here, a slightly higher priority, because we want this here first before we get anything else in, so we can start farming and ranching and whatnot. We do have our first 2 skill points, which means Goofier is going to speed up researching quite a lot with advanced research. Very nice. And Jez right here is going to go straight for, yeah, super hard taking, of course. That makes perfect sense. Let's go. Did I give him a hat? Yes, I gave him a hat. Only words is slacking a little bit. Come on, words. Can Prime Sub be in the game? Mark Brockie, of course. Of course it can be in the game. Just like last time, we're going to play this game over and over and over again. Whenever the printing pod is ready, or whenever I notice it, you guys yell at me, I suppose. We're gonna take a look. I'll let you guys vote what we're gonna get, and if it's Duplicant, first come, first serve, anyone who is a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch. Very, very easy. Let me click through all this nonsense here and plop the supercomputer in. And actually, I'm kind of wondering. Yeah. I kind of want to move maybe the research station upwards. I think I'm going to move this stuff up here. Yeah, let's just move it. You can use it for the time being. We're just going to rip it out the moment it's done up here. But we are, of course, also going to add the super duper computer to the end of it. And then we are waiting for the last research to be done. And that is, of course, all the way down here on the bottom, our ceiling light. But once the ceiling light is done, we can immediately start once again up here wrenching. As I said, we do want it right away, so we are going to get it. Like it or not, it's happening. Right here we have our natural gas generators, oil refinery, and the petroleum generator. I'm going to snatch that. I'm going to snatch the smart batteries. I'm going to grab the heavy butt batteries and the low resistance conductors. And then we're going to make our way slowly but steadily down here through the auto sweeper, the fire pole. And let's do one more. Yeah, down here in the bottom. Let's grab us some plumbing. That should be plenty to do. That is a queue of 11 total researches that need to be done. So yeah, Goof, you literally got plenty on your plate. Shouldn't really hear any complaints of boredom from you. The attractiveness of the portal makes them go all the way to the other side of the bedroom. Oops, love shiny things, it seems. On it, boss, says Goof. Very good. That's what I need to hear. Okay, so far, so good. We still have 11,000 calories. I'm not worried about it in any way, shape, or form. We're going to get this here up very, very shortly. That is going to happen very quickly. It's just a matter of getting a second one up. I think the question is, how are we going to do it? I'm wondering. We have right here the lump. I need to check out these guys here real quick. Livable range up to 100 degrees Celsius and the Ovagro node. Temperature range 45 degrees Celsius. Okay. What about down here, the Mimica? What is your temperature range? 45, the Mimica itself. 80. And last but not least, Sweatcorn. 40 degrees. Okay, so it really doesn't matter. Are you going to fill the base up with chlorine this time around? Maybe. Maybe. Never say never, right? It's always a chance of some sort of massive accident. Yes. This chance always exists. Let's see. Gonna lock the top. I'm just trying to see what makes the most sense with the imminent impact up here. Anticipating that it will impact in case something goes wrong. Always, you know, expect the worst, but hope for the best. In this case here, it's probably going to create an insane amount of heat. What is the highest chance of surviving? It probably doesn't matter, does it? What should I put in here? Is it easier for the lumps to be up there? Or is it easier for the, what are they called? Sweatcorns to be up there. I really don't know. I really don't know. That is slightly questionable here. We are a little bit low on oxygen, I know. Do we have something laying around here so we don't have to waste energy? We have literally nothing here, huh? The only 2 pieces of our 3 pieces of oxalate that I see are right there. That's it. That's sad. That is actually sad. Alright, in that case though, the oxygen diffuser will have to do it. Let's make it happen. I'm going to build 2 of them, and I'm going to connect them with wires, even though I'm going to deactivate one of them. And we are going to, yeah, for the time being, I don't care where the power comes from. Just power it one way or another. Very simple and straightforward. Let's connect it all together. And let's make sure this gets at least somewhat of a priority through here. That should be it. Not the door, though. That's just going to look stupid later on when we are trying to find the problem. So let's go for it. Also, scheduling-wise, it would probably be smart to have one dupe awake. Yeah, words. How about you going to go on your own shift? How about that? Just for the time being. Just for the time being. Okay, right here. Let's also go higher. So we can get towards the impact site. And we can also grab us the lung. We're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to go same height. With one of those ladders, we eventually will go to space. We will have to. That is, of course, something that we don't have a choice. That has to be done. But the other one, we're probably not going to waste the resources unless we find something insanely good that we need right away. Dino shift. Yes, you are on your own dedicated dino shift, indeed. We do need a little bit of power, guys, so this thing here can run. Otherwise, it's going to become a problem very soon. But let's take a look at our blueprints right now. Words, you around? You paying attention? You're looking at it right now, okay? All right, we got Stinky. Stinky has rocketry, decorating, and digging. He is handy with increased construction, increased cuisine, but he is narcoleptic. We have Rowan right here. He's interested in building and tidying. He's uncultured, and he's a shabby dresser. We do have 3 Shinebug eggs. We currently have none. And we have May on the right with decorating and operating. She's also handy, a gourmet, but also a narcoleptic. Those are our 4 options. The reject button is on the bottom. Slap it in chat. Let me know what you think. What should we do in your opinion? And that is also exactly what we are going to end up doing. Most definitely so. Do we not have any algae? Am I crazy? We do have algae. So why is no dupe having the sense of urgency to grabbing it and bringing it by? There we go. Could be so easy. Could have just done it, you know? Didn't have to yell at you. You would have just done it. That should immediately make an impact, more or less. I'm not worried about it anymore. The only thing is we are going to go and run out of power. But thankfully we have words on night shift for exactly that reason. To keep us alive. Yep. We do need oxygen. Right now, even though there's a hell of a lot trapped down here, which is actually hilarious, Jazz is just like, I don't really care what your problem is. It's fine down here. Which is funny as hell. But yeah. So far, so good. Our dudes. We'll make it through this. Okay, let's see. What do we have in chat? We have Rowan. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Stinky's almost perfect, but just almost. 6, 7. Yeah, Rowan. I don't even have to keep counting here. We are far away ahead. We have 2 votes over on Twitch for May, but Rowan is going to make the race. All right. Once again, who would like to join our death colony? I mean, our dupe colony. And help us out here to survive a little bit longer. Let me know. All right, first in chat is Umdalik. Umdalik? That sounds Turkish. Is that Turkish? Am I wrong? Is that Turkish? Any chance? Just wondering. All right, Umdalik, welcome to the game. I'm gonna go straight in here and give you your improved construction skills right away. We need you to go to demolition so we can use that building, so that will work. And then words. Straight improved farming, of course. We need that as well. Looks like the first area here has been built. It's from Doctor Who. Ah, okay. Then I have no idea because I've never watched that. Let me think here. What are we going to do with this area? I really don't know. What makes the most sense? What is faster? What gives us the fastest or the most amount of food fastest? That is probably the question. And the answer to that is probably the sweat corn. Yeah, it only needs peat, and I think we have plenty of that sitting around. It will require dupe labor, but we do have it, at least for the time being. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I think this here, we're just going to make straight 96 long, as we already had it. And we're going to go to food. And we're just going to replace all these tiles with farm tiles. And then we're just going to slap 3 mimicas in there and fill the rest up with sweat corn. That should work. Oh, Chaz is stuck down here. Well, I mean, really not a hell of a lot stopping you from getting out of there. Just saying. You can do it all by yourself. You literally don't need help. You got it. You got it. There we go. Starting to get better. More or less right away, which is always good to see. But guys, we do need this here a little bit faster. Please. Thank you very much. And that allows us to open this here. You know what I'm wondering, though? Can I just... Nah, I cannot, because it doesn't eat food, right? Or does it just eat anything? Nope, it just eats bristleberries and bog jelly. That's actually quite interesting. And with bog jelly, it actually creates more peat. That is actually also interesting. Huh, alright, alright. Hemorrhoids, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. So, let's see. I don't know exactly how we're going to do this. Not too much algae in the biome. Yes, we will have to find a different solution for that problem very quickly. There's really not that much. We're down to 1500 kgs here. Not optimal, to say the least. And yeah, you're right. Oh, actually, there's a pretty big area right here. There is another pretty big area right here. So yeah, we should have algae for a hot minute. Alone from those 2 areas. Those might be the only 2 areas, though. It may well be. So, let's see. I have no idea. I mean, we still never figured out the actual ratio. I'm just gonna go... 3 and 3, maybe. Let's cancel this here. Let's copy this here. Go... 3 here. Let's go another 3. And then another 3. And then right here in the middle, I'm gonna put the Mimica. 3 on each side. I have no idea. No idea if that's going to work or not, but we are most definitely going to try. What's the worst case scenario? Either way, we need to get it up and running, and then go from there. If you dig out the crash zone, will it make it crash lower too? That is also a really good question. There's really a lot of things that we should try. If you just get rid of all of this here, what will happen? That is a really good question, Goof, actually. There's classic or space out. This is classic, Sergey. This is classic size planetoid. Copy the settings over here, and over here, and over here. And over there, and over here, and over there. And then copy, not info. I meant to copy the settings over here. There we go, 6 in the middle. And we'll just see if this here works out. The Mimica is, of course, at the moment, the what is it called? Bottleneck. Damn it, that's the word I was so desperately looking for. Because we need to wait 5 cycles until that happens. So we need to keep us alive somehow for 5 cycles in the meantime. Shouldn't be that big a deal, though, hopefully. But we will have to dig a hell of a lot more because we need to get us a hell of a lot more stuff to keep us alive all the way from algae for 5 cycles to food. So let's see how this here looks. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there with our 1 oxygen diffuser. 1 oxygen diffuser is enough for 5 tubes. So once we're digging into any kind of oxygen, we are net positive. And it should be fine, especially once we turn on the second one. And the truth is, I'm not too unhappy about it that we are not immediately turning the second one on here. Yes, you guys are stuck over here, aren't you? That is highly stupid, not gonna lie. But it's okay. What do we have here laying around? Nickel ore? Can't really build with nickel ore, but I'm sure there's some shale around here somewhere, right? Yeah, sure. There it is. Okay. Right over here. Let's copy this one right here. And you know what? Let's do it. Just see what happens. We have 3 total in here for all of these. And we will see if that's enough or if it's completely going haywire or what's going to happen. Welcome to the P Club. Yeah. Stuck for a tiny little bit. That's just how it goes sometimes. I really need to demolish this here. We need more skills for that we definitely do not have right now. But okay, let's keep on digging and let's keep on putting another floor in here. All the way back here. That was already 96, and that's where we're going to hold our lumps. This here is what that should look like in the end once we're done. Obviously, we need to be a little bit careful right here that we don't dig out this water. We need to deal with that first, but also that shouldn't really be that big of an issue. Chairs needs to level up for demolition. Yep. Yeah, we do need that. Okay, let's bring this here over all the way to here. That's fine. That's not going to hurt nothing. It's just going to help us out with a little bit more oxygen that we are going to release out of this area right here. Yeah, it's immediately getting better, more or less. Of course, there's a lot going on in the base right now, so everything takes a hot second. But that is fine. The dupes are actively working on getting us further ahead here. And the truth is, I mean, so far, it's looking pretty decent. We had worse starts before, and I think to reward ourselves, it's time to take a look at our first blueprint here after our first hour life. Let's print it. And I don't think I've seen those before. Slouchy strawberry socks, freckly knitted socks that don't stay up. That seems sounds highly annoying, but good that I don't have to wear them, I suppose. Video time? Yeah, you know what? This is a good time. We are now 8 cycles in, almost into cycle 9, and I think our base is pretty stable. Our oxygen is coming. Yes, it looks a little rough right now, but I mean, we're actively working on it. It's not that big of a deal. We still have 13,000 kilocalories. We are actively working on getting the rest here in. So let's talk about this new thing that was just announced 2 days ago. On the same day, this DLC here released by one of our favorite developers here, of course, the developers of Oxygen Not Included, Clay. So let's take a look. What are they cooking behind the scenes? Let me know how this here works out. This is the first time that we are trying to watch content on stream. So I don't know if it's too loud, not loud enough. Let me know in chat if there are any problems. Don't do it, Ren. Nope, he did it. Words. I mean, it is an Oxygen Not Included style game, but it is, of course, completely different at the same time. Look at the fire. That does look highly interesting to me. Oxygen Noita Included, that's right. That is what that looks like. Yeah, that's probably what the first base is gonna look like that we're gonna try the moment this thing comes out. We do not have a release date as far as I'm aware, but yes, this is away team. This is fine. Yeah, absolutely, guys. So this here was just announced 2 days ago by Clay. Definitely looking forward to testing that out the moment it is released. And once we have a release date, of course, I will let you guys know on Discord right away. And if there are any news, the same will be true. Hammerite says, ever encounter a bug where the power wires flicker white-blue as if there is no power for a split second? Not that I did really notice that, Hammerite. No, I can't really say that I've noticed that. But it also could have just slipped past me, so. Is this a game or a joke? No, this is an actual game. Actual game that is actively developed and will be released very soon. It should have been called Dupe Life, right? That would have been very fitting. I like that idea. I really like that idea. All right, let's put together our new research area up here. And let's put in one more row of tiling on top. We're going to once again dig it out 4 high as well, just so we can walk around. But mainly why I'm putting in the tiling is so I can put in the ceiling light, because that's what I want up here. Just need to know exactly where to put it. I believe it's this tile right here. I think actually it doesn't matter, to be honest, but let's let the guys dig it out, or the dupes dig it out, and then see and make sure that we actually put it into the right location. Okay, very, very neat, very, very nice. And we should get the ability to range here very, very soon, once we have our supercomputer and we can actually utilize it. I'm curious about the 3 new dupes who were supposed to go on the mission. Or are those 3 dupes I should know, but unrecognizable in the new inferior art style? I have no idea. I guess we will find out all of those answers very soon. We already have oxygen not included, so why make another clone? Because you are not controlling the game like this here. You are controlling one singular dupe. You are controlling the dupe, and you're telling the dupe where to build what. Like, you are moving the dupe around with WASD, I believe. Kind of like I'm moving the camera around with WASD right now. It's a game that is basically in the oxygen not included universe, but it is a completely different type and style of game. That is what we are looking at. So it is not redundant in any way, shape, or form. Okay, right there. That's where we're gonna slap that bad boy. Run up the wire. And let's go. As Mario would say. Very nice. It's more like an RPG game? Yeah, it's more like an RPG game. Okay, lock on the top, open on the bottom. Down here, not reachable by dupes. That's okay. This down here, we can rip out here very shortly. Once this here is absolutely completed. Because as you can see, neither one is currently a laboratory, but it will be very, very soon, once we have this one single thing here built, as well as it being closed off, which is of course precisely what we are after. Very, very nice. That's exactly what that should look like. So let's rip out the bottom. We don't need it anymore, and we can reutilize this here for something slightly more important to us as of this moment. Has anyone tested turning peat into coal? No, in the beta we never made it that far, unfortunately. So no, I haven't tested it personally. Let's give this a 9. Let's give that a 9. Research is always on the forefront. Of course. Let's rip this here out, and then let's rebuild it. How's our F1 looking? Still not that great. Maybe we need to go ahead and give this here a slightly higher priority, so we can get a second oxygen diffuser here up and running for the time being. That should, of course, not be necessarily the main thing that sustains us here. But we do need to dig up the algae, though. If we like it or not, that will have to happen. So let's put in another floor while we are at it. That never hurts. That's the wrong height. There we go. That's the right height. Let's put it in. Tile it. Rip all this here out once you get down here. And extend our ladder. Very good. That's what we want to see here. Exactly like this. Expanding our capability in our area. Let's go 5 on each side. Let's go with a water cooler in the middle. And then for the time being, once again, in furniture. Did I not research that? Apparently not. I got to go one deeper for the hanging pot. It's still gonna work though, because we do have the flower pot that we can use in the meantime, you know, for the time being, right here and right here. That will do. Blueprint time, it is blueprint time. Very good. All right, what do we have available? Option number 1, the rose bush seed. We currently have 5, we can get us 1 more. We have a Mima right here with cooking, decorating, and supplying. Shriveled taste buds, handy, increased construction, but is a pacifist and cannot do attacking errands. Frankie Wright, here operating in suit wearing as a caregiver, is frostproof, a kitchen menace, but has decreased husbandry. And we have a Maury on the very right, suit wearing with a +9 in athletics, just running like crazy all day and all night, is a quick learner, but has allergies, with an allergic reaction to floral scent. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject button on the very bottom in the middle. Let me know what you want, slap it in chat, and that's of course exactly what we are going to do. Alright, let me open these here up. We do need more power. That's once again going to be our bottleneck here. We once again have a saltwater geyser right here. I'm wondering if I should this time should rush the saltwater geyser, convert saltwater as fast as possible over to water, and feed that straight into a spawn. If that would have been the better and smarter idea, to create oxygen and power at the same time. I mean, obviously, in the beginning, we will have to have a peat burner, at least for the time being, to keep us alive. But I'm wondering if that would be the better option this time around. But let me take a look into chat, and let's choose a blueprint. What do we have? We have... Mima has 1 vote, Rosebush has 1 vote. Mima has 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and another Mima on Twitch, and another Mima, and another Mima. Yep, okay. Mark Brocky, just another Mima. Mima is it. And of course, Mima is what it's gonna be. Now the question is, who would like to join as Mima? Who is not yet in the colony, but would like to join this death trap of ours? I mean, this base of ours, damn it. Who would like to be in? Mark Brocky says, can I be in? Yes, of course you can. First come, first serve. Mark Brocky. Let me slap that in here. Brocky, that's how you write that. Welcome to the game. And thank you very much for joining. Or, better to say, for your sub on Twitch. All right, Mark, what are we going to do with you? Cooking and art fundamentals. Beautiful. That is actually great right here. We're going to start with grilling. We don't have a grill right now. It doesn't matter. We're going to have one soon, and we're going to be ready for it. So that's very, very good. We're going to go straight into priority, so I don't forget it later. On cooking, that is Mark Brocky. And later on, not yet, but later on, decorating as well. All right, very good. Looking great. And it's starting to look better by the second. We still have 6 beds, or better to say 6 cots for our 6 dupes, which of course is great. And it also means we are pretty close to our lower edge of our range here. So we should probably do something about that for the time being. Let's add us 1 more row in here. I know that's going to interfere with our water supply beneath. But yeah, I'd rather have it ready for the next dupe before it's too late later on. If I can't just do this here, still not going to fly though. No matter what I do here, I need to get this water here lower. So what really needs to happen is I really need to dig this here out. Not with a 4 priority. I meant a higher priority, just slightly higher. And then dig probably over here on this left side. Yeah, over here on this left side. We're going to put us in a ladder. Yeah. That's going to work out great. And we're just going to move this entire water supply into this water supply here and condense it all further down. Because of this imminent impact right here, we have to go lower. The smoker requires the grilling skill, doesn't it? Yep, it does. Yes, that is going to be one building we are going to have here very soon. At the moment, it's pointless because pollination is not even going yet, and we don't have our lums yet. So we do need those things first before we can worry about actually cooking anything. Moment, it's more like we need to keep ourselves alive before we do anything else. But slowly but steadily, we are making progress here, and it is looking better. So right here, I'm actually going to come up as well, because that is where we're going to drain our water out of, and just letting it down here. So we are not coming down here, our main shaft in the middle, that we want to leave open. Did I nerf the smoker, or is it still OP? I have no idea. If the chat keeps choosing dupes every time, will Beer's game become overpopulated or natural selection will occur? it might happen. If we just keep on continuing dupes forever, I mean, eventually it won't be sustainable, right? It's just a question of time. But that's part of the fun, isn't it? That is part of the fun. That I never know what I'm going to get. Okay, well, let's banish the carbon dioxide another level lower and out of our lowest bedroom, preferably. That would be the plan here, hopefully. No guarantees, though, as always. But we will most definitely try. Mimica, how far are you? 60%? Still not necessarily optimal. I want to dig over here to the left side, past this lump, and supply us with A, all of this algae, and B, also with the oxygen and this oxalite that's in here. So let's make this here happen ASAP. And let's come then through here on the bottom as well. But once we have this here down on the top, then we come through the bottom, and then we're going to grab all of this stuff here, just to have it available. We are down to 488 kgs, and that is, of course, not optimal. Natural selection will happen sooner or later, that's right. It's the dupe's way. I played the new map and the Demolier hit after 10 cycles. Wait, what? Do you have any strategy to deal with it? It's not supposed to hit after 10 cycles, it's supposed to hit after 200. So I don't know what happened in your game. That would have me slightly concerned, honestly. But yeah, we still have plenty of time here. Very good. Get us this oxygen here into our base. Help out our oxygen diffusers. At the moment, we're just wasting a bunch of dupe labor, of course, up here in our manual generator because our 2 oxygen diffusers are constantly running. But that will get better very soon. We just need to get back up with our oxygen supply a little bit more. Truth be told, I expected a lot more oxalite around here. There's nothing. There's absolutely no oxalite here. That's actually crazy. I haven't seen that. Echo Ridge did 10 cycles to showcase what happens. I didn't know you could do that. You can set the impact cycle. I thought the lowest you can set it is 100. I thought 200 is default. Then you can set it to 10. And then you can disable it all the way. Okay, the lab mode. Okay, that could be. That could be. That may well be. I don't know. I didn't even know there is a lab. Huh, that's actually interesting. Well, I haven't seen yet what happens. I haven't watched a video, and I have no intention to watch one either. I want to see it myself. Oh, Brocky. Get out of there. But yeah, I have no intention to watch either. I want to see it myself here. So yeah. I would like to play the new DLCs, but I just can't play while the bug is there. Huh. That's very odd. No, I haven't noticed anything like that. Nothing weird has been going on with my power wires. Not as far as I could tell in the beta or so far that we are playing it. What's the portal thing do? This one? This portal here, the research portal? The research portal, when you activate it at the beginning of the game with your researcher, gives you access to the meteorite blaster, which you need to stop the meteor. So here, the meteor blaster, as well as the, I don't even remember what those things are called that are in here. The little bullets that it shoots at the asteroid, and it starts the timer for the Demolier asteroid for impact, which is 189 cycles left as of right now. So we gotta get shit done here. Okay. Let's plant something in the flower pot here. We have ring rose bushes. Let's slap these in here. What is the requirement? -5 to 40 in oxygen, polluted oxygen, and carbon dioxide. You're perfect. You are a perfect decor plant. Gonna slap 2 of y'all in there. That should make a short work of it. And let's see. It became a great haul right away. And our decor is at least slightly better. We still have all the debris laying around, of course. But overall, it's a hell of a lot better now. And of course, on the left side right here, all these here are latrines and barracks. Exactly as that should be. Just over here, the Mimicas. We need those things here to grow ASAP. The faster the better, so our sweat corn here can start growing. That is what we really, really need. And the other thing that we need is, who is our builder? I think it's, Chiz? No, it's Words. No. Umdalek, that's right. Improve construction. We need to get you to demolition as fast as we can to get this thing here out of the way. Consider getting the fig bush started growing so it spreads before the lumps are needed. That's actually a great idea. That is actually a great idea. There is absolutely nothing I can say against that. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Let me think about this. The node requires water 90 kilograms per cycle. So we don't want to do too many of them. The lump eats it and gives us peat 200 kilograms per cycle. And the sweat core needs 10 kilograms per cycle. 10 kilograms per cycle, that makes the math easy. So I can have 20 plants. I have 3, 9, I have 15, and I have 21. But it almost matches by 1 plant. So that should work. Remember to test growing it inverted. We can test that at some point, yes. But for right now, I'm going to put this node. What was the maximum we said? I can't remember. Was it 8 or 12? Does anybody remember our testing from the first stream? How far it went? Was it 8 long or was it 12 long? It was 12 long, that's what I thought. So that would be 12 right here. And that would be 12 right there, but it's blocking us off. Let me think about this. If we put pneumatic doors in here, what do we actually need on the inside? We do need a grooming station, and we do need a drop-off, and that's it. So that's only 3 tiles. So basically, I can grow all these tiles here, which is 12. So right here, this tile here needs to become a farm tile. So let's start it growing right here. And let's see what that looks like by the time we can get this research portal here done. It will obviously not be the only thing. We need it much, much earlier than that. So I will probably have a second farm somewhere. Which, once again, costs us 90 kilograms per cycle of water. Which is unfortunate, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. And the Mimica. We do need a Mimica in here. Mimica. We're just going to move the farm tile over 1. And put another farm tile up here on the front. So we have 1 tile, a 2 tile, a 3 tile, 4 tiles. So right here is going to be our second farm tile for the Mimica. Let's try that out. Why not? Yeah, why not? You know. I can just get rid of this water right here. Nothing's stopping me from utilizing this here for the time being until this here can go. Maybe close the door to the farm to trap the Mimica inside the farm. Ooh, shit. Good catch. That was a force of habit. This here should be set on auto. That's right. Every time there is something living in here, it should be set on auto and not on open. That was, of course, a mistake on my part. Very good catch. Love it. Very good catch. Really good. Okay, this is coming along. Oxygen is looking good. We need to go lower with our base. That has to be a higher priority. And the only way to do that is first to get this water here out of the way. That has to happen. Let's make this here a higher priority as well. Except the doors, because they will stay permanently on a 7, and we don't want that. But yeah, what I can do is this here. What I can do is this here. And then I just need to dig over here to the right side. Get rid of this water. Release it. Bring it downwards. And be done with it. Very nice. Then later on, we can always still make the decision to do something else with this here on the top. It's not really that big a deal. A monetized beer said a bad word. What word did I say? Yeah. Did I say fuck? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean that. Sorry. Okay. Last bedroom's coming along. That should free up a bunch of dupe labor once this is done. Should be good. And that should allow him to go lower. You just hanging out here, Words? Yes, you're just hanging out here. I was worried about you there for a second, buddy. But seems like you're alright. Right here, we just need a little bit more area, really. And we're gonna make our life here very easy. Hold on. Let's go one further down with our ladders. We can reach it. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. Let's go all the way to here, and then let's dig straight over 4 high as far as we can. All the way to here. Let me check this here out. Yeah, right here. Leaves us 1 extra open. I'm gonna do 1 less. And I'm gonna have the dupes put in tiles once they make it here. All right, let's do that. Thomas is here, says, just say Scheiße. No one will demonetize that. That's true. That is true. Mods, please censor the streamer, please. Brandon is here, says, hello, Beer. I'm currently in the hospital. Stupid asthma breathing is highly overrated. Truly sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you kept your sense of humor, though. Okay, Demetrius is making his way in here, digging up that extra little bit of water right here. Very nice. And that, of course, allows us to commence the drop. Word says I have a cold. I like breathing personally. Way overrated. Brandon's right. All nonsense. Okay, let's see what we have here. These here are 6 and 7. I mean, the truth is we just need to put more stuff on here. We're going to get our plumbing ready. We're going to get our filters ready. We will need those very soon, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, we will need to come all the way over here. And we need to come up here. We do need insulated tiles. We do need mechanized airlocks. Maybe. Actually, mechanized airlocks I'm not too sure about. But airflow tiles we will need one way or another. And last but not least, down here, our nifty airlock door. That's what we're going to do. That basically means that Goof right here has nothing else to do all day for the next 20, 30 cycles than researching. And that is okay. Brain says, LOL, see, the dupes are the only ones where oxygen is not included. Okay, very nice. Slowly but steadily the base is growing. We just need to get a little bit more dupe labor. It's just a lot of dupe labor right now. Let's be very realistic, but on the bright side, look at this. We have our first Mimica. And we are very, very low on food. Very, very low on food. What can we do about that? In the extreme short term. In the extreme short term. I mean, the best possible option is either to kill a lump, to dig our way straight up as fast as possible to this area right here, and grab us everything that's in here, which we can do and should do. Or option 3 is we're gonna get a little bit out of this here. We just make that a little bit faster, maybe. Let's make this here high priority as well as this here. That should be fine. That keeps everything in order. Yep, everything's good. And that allows us to get this cactus right here. Just until our sweat corn here is ready to roll. Pretty straightforward. Should work. Once we have our supply chain up and running, it's really not that big of a deal anymore. Okay, right here. Water is flowing much slower than I would like it to, because we are most definitely, or better to say we do most definitely only have 1 tile right here. That's why it takes so long. Once we dig this here out, it will go a hell of a lot faster. Over here. That is intentional because I want to spill as little as possible over here. And even like this, you can see it still somehow made it over here. It's always the same. But it's all good. We're getting there. Alright, dupes are making their way over here. Very nice. Exactly as it should be. And then we are just at the end right here, going to create us a little shaft. So we can bring all this water down here to this area. Also, that is going to be very simple. All we're going to do is ladders. And that's probably a good idea anyway, since this here is the end with 96 tiles. Having a ladder come up here is probably not the worst thing in the world. Just so our dupes have a little bit more freedom of movement and can walk around a little bit easier inside of our dedicated area. Let's bring this here together. Why is there a single tile of brine? Interesting. Interesting. But okay, either way around, we got what we wanted. We do have an extra 800 calories here, which is still not a lot, but it's better than nothing. I just see there are 2 more cacti here. Snactus. Just realized what they're called. My god. Let's take the bottom out as well. And we have another printing pod ready. Let's see what we have in here. We have a May, interested in arranging and building, shriveled taste buds, and a kitchen menace. We have Catalina with rocketry +7. And we have charm resistance, a pacifist, and gastrophobia. So cannot do attacking, cannot do cooking. And we have Ashcan, ranching +2, farming +2, and building +1 with shriveled taste buds, and also a kitchen menace. Basically, the same as May, just that Ashcan right here and gets farming on top of ranching and building. Last but not least, we have 2 tons worth of water, of which we currently have nothing because we don't have a pitcher pump. But those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the very bottom. Let me know what you think in chat. I will go through it in a couple of minutes, and we will do, of course, exactly what you would like me to do. Okay. So far, so good. Just gonna make our way down here. Grab us more food. And up here on top. Yeah, grabbing us more food to hold us over while this here is growing and getting pollinated. So we only have 2 mimicas in here, but it looks like they're getting most of it done. One of them is coming, 97% next harvest in 70 seconds. So it is working. Very good. Right here, we put in the node, and it should be fine. We have too many dupes. We need 3 more cycles. We have too many dupes. Well, we do have the sweat corn right here. Sweat corn is growing, and it has a growth cycle of 3 cycles. So yes, basically 2 more cycles until we have our first harvest at least. But right here, we have the Ovagra node. It's here. It's not going to grow, though, because currently, as I said, we don't have a pitcher pump. And that sucks. This here overflowed. I guess I didn't anticipate how much exact water we have. That is highly unfortunate. I do not want to dig deeper for right now. Let's take care of the water here first. Temperature-wise, does it matter? No. Just trying to see if I can just come down here. And I think I can just come down here. A couple more tiles here. And that should give us the space that we need for that little bit of extra water before we can continue digging down on the right here. And before we can continue, or better to say, put in a pitcher pump in the first place, somewhere around here, so we have easy access to it. Okay, in the meantime, let's see what you guys are thinking. Apparently, Twitch has no input whatsoever. That's kind of sad. But we have Ashcan, we have May. 0 kilocalories is a bold strategy, right? May need the ranchers, is Goleth. So that's 2 votes for May, 1 vote for water, 2 more votes for Ashcan. Ashcan in the lead. Ashcan sounded like Ashcan. It could be. Water, care package, water, water, Ashcan. So Ashcan, let me count them here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes, 6 votes for Ashcan, and the water has 1, 2, 3, 4 votes. I cancel my Ashcan vote. Well, if that is true, then we are currently exactly tied at 6-6 between water and Ashcan. Water and Ashcan are tied 6-6. What should we do? Let me know in chat. Give me a couple more options here, because a tie is not gonna fly. So we have 1, 2, 3 more votes for water. That means water goes once, water goes twice, and there's a fourth vote for water. Water wins it outright. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, this is good. This is very good. Right here, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to put in another 4 high room. I mean, we're not going to put anything in it yet. I'm mainly doing it so we can get rid of all this nonsense here. You don't have to worry about it later. You don't have to build any kind of helping structure to get to those ladders and whatnot, because we can't just get there by building piles. Very simple and straightforward. Down here on the bottom, last piece of ladder. Of course. Down here on the right, easier. Or all getting dug up into water level will go down. Let me see. How are we doing over here? We have the Ovagro node. It is growing now. That's good. We have the Ovagro vine growing at 3%, growing at 3%. Growth cycle for that bad boy is 3. Okay, 3 cycles. Every 3 cycles, we get another node. And that is okay. Dimitri says, check skills. We need a demolition man. And then Chess says, we don't need a demolition man. We need a miracle man. Yes, that is probably closer to the truth than expected. Demetrius, you get super hard digging, of course, and that's not what I meant to do. We have Goof. Goof gets field research. Unfortunately, that doesn't help us at all in getting us closer with Umdalek to demolition. But he's getting there. He is getting there. Let me take a look into the, not skills, but priorities to make sure that Umdalek is our #1 builder, and now he is. And Mark Baraki right here, we gave him cooking and decorating, and that is fine. Okay. I just forgot, Umdalek, that he is the one that is supposed to build all of our nonsense here. So he gains the skill points we need. Both wrong, we need a priest. Let me copy the settings here to a level 9 because of exactly this here. If you don't give it a 9, it just ain't doing it for some reason. We saw that same thing in the beta. Do dupes pray? Probably not. They probably should. Okay, very, very good. Slowly but steadily, we're getting there. How much algae do we have? Still 400 kgs, because we still have basically dug up nothing over here. I mean, next to nothing at least. This algae right here is perfect. Look at this here. It was made for us to just come down here and grab it all. But that's what we're gonna do. Don't want to run out of this stuff. And with our 3 Mimicas, it looks like all of them are pollinated properly. Very, very nice. Love to see it. That's great. You know what I'm kind of wondering? This thing here only needs 60. There is not a hell of a lot. That can't stop us from doing this and doing that. Maybe one less, just to be safe. And then just putting in 2 makeshift doors right here. That is a stable, per definition, that we are currently looking at. A natural stable where we don't have to do a damn thing. So, why not? We just have to put in a farm tile, of course, and there's the Ovagro node. But, other than that, should work out just fine. What am I doing? In food, we need the critter drop-off. That's what we're going to put in here. And then in stations, we are going to put a grooming station in here. Is Mimillet viable as a food source? No, Mimillet is not viable as a food source because I realized that actually during stream number 2 in the beta, due to a comment from a viewer on the first stream, and that person was 100% correct. The Mimillet, if you eat them, you are reducing their population forever. Because one comes out and produces another one. If you eat them, they cannot reproduce, and basically you are removing them from ever. Yeah, I see it. We only have 800 kilocalories. It's in the works. It's in the works. This area right here, I'm going to put the smoker down here once we have it. May take another minute. I don't think there's a hell of a lot we can do with an electric rail yet, but we're gonna put one in, just for good measure. Steam over food, that's right. Let me take a look at our research. Where is that down here? Smoker is... Where is the smoker? Right here. Yeah, I should have gone to the top here first, probably, before going down everything else. Yeah, we should probably do that. Let's just start it this here. So let's stop it all and let's plop it into here. There we go. 2. And let's just put this here in a slightly more sensible order. Because one thing that we do need, for example, relatively quickly, is going to be down here on the bottom. We want to have insulated gas pipes, insulated tiles. Everything insulated is what we want, so we can control temperature on top and on bottom. That is important. Don't really need... Well, an oxalite's gone, so we don't have any oxalite, though. That's probably not going to help us, right? I suppose we can plop it in there because it'll only take seconds to research, but still, though, it's probably not going to do us a hell of a lot of good. We're going to come over here. We're going to grab us insulated pipes. We're going to grab us electrolyzer. We do need it. And we're going to grab us sanitation. And then basically, really, it's a matter of more of a want than a need. And I believe smart storage and smart renovations. That should be a more appropriate order for what we're doing. Range time, beer. I will love and hug all the cute dinos. I'm sure you will. I never had a doubt about it. Never once did I doubt you, sir. Never once. Okay. Let's get that in there. Let's get that done. We're down to 0 kilocalories, which is slightly scary, not gonna lie. Slightly scary. But we should get a harvest in very soon. Hopefully. Worst case scenario. The problem is when I kill a lump, we're just getting tough meat, and a tough meat I can only use in the smoker. So it's not really that helpful because it has 0 calories if I don't put it into a smoker. So yeah, we do need the smoker. We don't have it. We need it. Killing a lump is not an option for right now. Worst case scenario, though, we could break over in here and just kill a few of those dartles. Because they do, in fact, give normal meat. And that we can cook. And that wouldn't be that big of an issue. Let's see. Any close food sources? The thing is, I don't even see too many, like, buried stuff here. There's really not that much here. Compared to, like, yeah, okay, right here. That's more what I'm expecting to see. Yeah, right here we go. It's just all in that area where we really don't want to go. At least not permanently. So let's see if we can maybe find us some food down here. That would be sensible. If we can go 4 over here. And 4 over here. And see if we can dig all of these areas here out. And see if we can find some food for the time being. Until we can get our first harvest in. Which will be in 0.6 cycles. First dupe is starving. 1,000 kilocalories less per cycle, as we all know. So he has less than a cycle to live. We do need to find something. Let me take a look in here. We could toast mimolets. Another option would be, of course, in a pinch, the micro musher. I think I'm going to put one down here. In a pinch, it will do. Let's plop in a wire. Let's give this all here a high priority so we can build it. So we can at least make some mush bars. It should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, I see the sweat corn right here. That is where we ultimately want to go, preferably. Hopefully we can make our way down there relatively quickly. Let's do it like this here. Let's do it like this here. And let's do it like this here. Mush bar is my old icky friend. Hey, in a pinch, they will do. There is no question. And we are, most definitely, per definition, in a pinch. We don't want to run out of power, guys. I know we don't have an operator dupe. That is, of course, an issue. But I do want this here to be highest priority. And I want you to just grab us 20 of those mush bars. ASAP. Manual generator, though. Nobody wants to do this. Do I need to give a dupe a higher priority in operating just for the time being? Maybe. Probably Mark here, because you're not cooking anything. I can guarantee you that. Let's go to the schedule and also move Mark to the lower schedule here. Yeah, let's do that. That should be fine. Okay. It just needs you to actually start doing it. Current errand. Walk over there. Start moving. Gabriel is here. Well, what do you think of away team? Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to trying it. I mean, genuinely looking forward to it. Yes, we did just watch the trailer live on stream. Great trailer. Can highly recommend if you haven't seen it. Watch it. And yeah, we will definitely play that game as soon as it comes out. Live on stream. Most definitely, I want to give that a shot. Okay, critter. Yeah, that's the problem. Words. Crit wrenching. Crit wrenching. Jizz. Super duper hard digging. And the hat. For it. Umdalek. You're getting there. You're getting there. There's no helium and oxygen not included. That's true. Okay, the hydrogen generator. We have that. Let me remind myself about the peat burner. What you burning? Can a wood burner burn peat? No. That would have been too easy, right? Peat burner. 1,000 grams per second. Carbon dioxide and produces polluted water. That's right. That was the downside of it that I almost forgot. So we need to find us an area where we can make that happen so we can start power production and we don't have to rely on this here anymore. That will speed up our game. That makes it more efficient. And that's, of course, exactly what we want. Surprise, surprise. And let's take a look here. Here is the impact area. Here is a cold area. It has some brine ice in it. And the wrecks. I kind of want you to move all the way over here. Has a dupe ever stood there? What do we have here? Bleach stone. I mean, this here would be a beautiful area. Honestly. A little bit of chlorine gas and bullshit in here. So, are we going to flood our base with chlorine again? Probably. Maybe. Most likely. But I think this here could be a great area for power production. I mean, the natural abyssalite going all around it. The only area that we use for entry is going to be this too high area right here. I think that's what we're going to do. Let's make it happen. Let's get in there. Dupes. And let's make it happen. Let's make this area here straight to make it easier for the dupes to walk over there. And then, of course, the other benefit that it provides is my standard way of building. It looks like this here. In case you guys haven't seen it before, I know a ton of you have. So it is nothing unfamiliar. Just at the end of our bedrooms right here, we are putting 3 tiles and then a ladder right beside it across the board. And what that does, it allows us to go into power and grab us a large power transformer, which we currently don't have, and fit it perfectly in here and supply our base with power like this. So, that here is the plan. That's what we need to get our power up and running. And at the same time, though, what I don't want to neglect is I do not want to neglect going over. Also, that is something that we definitely want to do slowly but steadily over time. That has to happen. And this here is cold chlorine. Also, something that we haven't done yet at all is actually check out what we have around us. Let's see. We have the cool chlorine gas. Of course, we have already seen that one, as well as the salt water geyser. Why? What the? What? This is the first. I have never, ever seen neutronium at 23 degrees Celsius. I'm like, why are you not highlighted in blue? It's literally at 23 degrees Celsius. Neutronium. Fascinating. Okay, cool. I'm sure that's not going to cause a problem eventually. What could possibly go wrong? And here we have one more on the bottom right. Let's check this one here out. What is hiding behind door number 1? It's a copper volcano. Copper volcano bottom right. Got to keep that in mind. That's going to come in very handy. But other than that, not a hell of a lot. All right, we are harvesting. Food's coming in. Mush bars are being mushed. Sweat corn is being harvested. Very nice. Also, this goes into the smoker, so we do need the smoker. And it becomes veggie poppers. Look at the increase. 5,600 kilocalories to 11,450. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Gotta love that. We just gotta get it. And we don't have it yet. How is the research coming? Up here on the top. We're still working on agriculture. But yeah, it's also a power issue. Gotta keep that in mind. Check the map. Sure, we can go to the star map and take a peek. What are we working with? What do we know yet? We are working with copper, iron, and gold meteor showers. That's a first thing that we are seeing here. And so far, we can see the saltwater geyser. The cool chlorine gas vent. We already found both of those. The polluted water vent. Haven't seen that. Oil reservoir. Haven't seen that. And the copper volcano that we just discovered. And there are 15 more uncovered ones on this map. Very, very nice. Okay, it's taking shape. We just need to speed up here a little bit. Let's make this here all a 9, as much as this here all a 9. So we can get on with our lives here. Just so we can get this water here out, all of it out of our way ASAP. And it looks like this thing here is now getting groomed. Yes, the wildness is decreasing. But the Silvagra node here is, of course, wild. And it has only a 25% throughput without our irrigation here. So that is going to be a problem, I assume, to have a wild Ovagra node in here. But a tame lump. I'm just going to leave it for now, just to see what happens. There's no way in hell that that's going to work. That thing here is going to starve to death because we have nowhere near... If this thing here would be fully grown, it could potentially work. Like if it would have 12 leaves on each side, but I doubt it. Chess says, I need to take off for a little while. I will endeavor to be back later on. Happy suffering, BierTier, and don't forget to hit like. That's right. Thanks, Jez. No problem at all. I'll see you later. But Chess does have a point. We are currently at 106 viewers on YouTube, but only at 39 likes. You should be able to do better, right, guys? I mean, I'm sure you would love to help me out of the goodness of your hearts, right? Just with a little press on the like button. You know, it would actually help. Just throwing that up. Appreciate it. Okay, so far so good. Food is coming in. It's still nowhere near optimal, as we can see here. But at least something's moving. How is our Vagram node here doing? So that one is up to 79% at cycle 16. It's growing. It's coming. So it should be okay. Is there frozen carbon dioxide on the right side of the map? Frozen carbon dioxide. It shouldn't be that cold in here. Wrong one. Yeah, it shouldn't be that cold in here. No, we shouldn't be able to have frozen carbon dioxide here. It's only negative 23 degrees. Absolutely not. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Way too warm. Again, Killer says, I like it. I like it a lot. Nice. Okay, this here came along. This here is also coming along very nice. This brine here we will deal with later. Now, let's just continue this ladder here straight up. Basically all we need anyway. Maybe not quite that high. But yes, somewhere in the Shema area right here. You won't complain about it. ISRLG, 2800 kgs, that's fine. Now I just need you dupes to mop here, please, to get rid of this water, so we don't dump it down this hole here. That would be somewhat important. No, don't dig yet, the water will overflow. This here will go as well. All this here will go. Okay, so far so good. We just need to get our labor up by reducing the amount of time we have to spend on manual stuff like this here. That is what we need to do. We need to increase our efficiency to even have a remote chance of stopping the Molier before cycle 200. In a perfect world, I would like to stop him, save, just like I wanted to do in the beta, but we never got to that point, to stop it, and then basically have both options, the impact and the not impact, so we can see live what happens. But yeah, that's future music. First, we need to get there. We have, right here, another blueprint. All right, guys, you're up. Trivaldo, farming, plus 11 agriculture. He's uncultured, yokel, cannot do researching, decreased shrimp resistance, and decreased creativity. And we have Freya, cooking, operating, and supplying is, of course, frost-proof, but has decreased digging. Operating, though, would come in handy. We have nails, researching, ranging, and suit wearing, shriveled taste buds with increased food morale bonuses, and electrical engineering starts with a tier 2 skill. Bottomless stomach doesn't matter. Last but not least, Pike Apple Bush. We have 0 seeds available. We can get us 3 more. Those are the 4 options. The recheck all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you want to do. And that is, of course, precisely what we are going to do as well. Umdalek made it. Oh, 1 level up. Very nice. 1 to go. 65-35. That's the number. That is the number. It is already set to demolition. It's already set to a number 9. It should be demolished the moment we have him up to this level. Okay, very, very nice. Jez right here in the meantime is taking us over to the left. That's always nice to see. Getting us in there. We should probably consider immediately a bleach stone storage for right now. Because we're gonna have a lot of it, and we probably want to get it as fast as possible out of this area. That would be at least the preferred method. And I think, you know, this ladder right here, I mean, there's really not a hell of a lot that's stopping us from building this all the way down here, is there now? Yeah, that's a problem with it. Why not? Yeah, let's dig this here up. Why not? Hell yeah. That'll do it. All we need to do is this here. Once this ladder here is actually in, it will allow us to remove this bleach stone here rather quickly. Let me put it that way. Okay, let me take a look in chat. And let's see what do we have here. Our 4 dupes. We have Nails once, Freya once, Pike Apple Seeds once, and Travolta once. So we made it all the way through on our first 4 votes. Very nice. Freya again, Pike Apple again, Pike Apple again. I think the spot on the stomach doesn't matter just for the next couple of cycles. Yeah, that's true. Care Package has another vote. Freya has another vote over on Twitch. Seed has another vote. I mean, the Seeds are in the forefront right now, followed by Freya as of right now. Seeds and Freya are in the lead. I'm going to give you guys a few more seconds here. Seeds are in the lead. We have 1 more vote for Freya, 1 more vote for Seeds. Seeds are still in the lead. And we're going to go Seeds in 3, in 2, and 1. Welcome to the game. Pike Apple, Bush, Seeds. Alrighty. There we go. Very, very nice. Those seeds are can't just sit around for right now. It's not going to do us any harm. But yeah, building next resources. That is correct. Building entombed. That's also correct. Building broken. Also, that's correct. All right, our status messages are all correct. That's good to know. You know, you got to check that stuff. Let's deconstruct all of this here. Don't need it anymore. And let's take this here open so the dupes can walk around here. Wherever they please. But yes, I do need you really to start mopping here, guys. That is somewhat important. And so is building those 2 storage bins here so I can set them as fast as possible to bleach stone. Okay, who wants to be the seed, says Goof. That's funny. I need a mod where you can rename objects and oxygen not included in case we have a modder here somewhere in chat. All right, who wants to be this tile here? Is that hot salt water geyser? Yep, 95C. Which means we will also need to find a means of cooling if we want to use this here for a spawn build, as we kind of sort of discussed earlier. Don't dig the ladder on the right side yet. The water will overflow. You mean this ladder? You mean this ladder? Wait, what? Oh, you thought that this here would overflow here? No. I gotcha. No, I looked at that. That was anticipated. Okay, dupes. There's really a lot to do here. It's just so much to do, really. That we need, really, more labor. But, of course, you guys make the rules. At the moment, it's more of a maintaining and every once in a while putting in an extra tile here and there. It's really not that much of a progress here with 6 dupes. It's just not enough available labor right now. But that is okay. We just need to prioritize a little bit more. And I think the main priority should be this shaft right here. And then we should be able to come down here. No more mush bars. No more. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't get mush bars anymore because we don't have any water. Which means currently it's literally the sweat corn that's keeping us alive here. But should be fine for the time being. I'm not worried about it. Because eventually what we will have, of course, will be a pitcher pump. That will probably be living somewhere in this general area once we figure out exactly how high this water here is going to be. We're going to have kind of a left basin and we're going to have kind of a right basin. That's kind of the master plan. Or right this moment. The sweat corn has started coming in. Oh yeah, that's what we're reading. That's what we're reading. It's happening. I did throw Pete on the screen though, right? 36 tons. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, at this point, it's literally just we need to get the stuff here done one way or another. And unfortunately, it's just going to be a little bit slower due to a slight lack of labor. But we will get there. And in an absolute worst case scenario, we can always work with the 10x speed. That's what we have the mod for. We are not scared to use it. Can't you shift the water across and not worry about it? I mean, I could, but that would require even more work and even more time. This here requires the least amount of time. Okay. Very good. And now this ladder here can be extended downwards. And we are just going to stop right here, leaving the Abyssalite alive. But we can go left and right. One open. For the time being. Question, what do we need to fertilize sweat corn? We need peat. Peat right here is what we need. We have plenty of it. It's not that big of a problem. You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to place a dupe exactly here. Wouldn't that be funny? Or even better, right here. We could literally wait for the impact to happen and have a dupe stand right here. It is not in the blast zone. A dupe should be fine there, right? Kind of want to test it now that I saw this, that there's just random 2 high holes in here. We can fit a dupe in there, no problem. I think that dupe would get cooked. Okay, sounds like Word is volunteering. Perfect. Going to be needing algae soon? Yeah, we need to dig in here. We do need to dig in here. How do we dig in there? How do we dig in there? What is the easiest, dumbest way to do this? To get as much of this algae here with as little pain as possible. Probably just like this here. And then go from here down. That should be fine. I would volunteer, but my cute dinos need me. They do need you. They do need you. Let's say a lum and lumlet. Let's say, I don't know, maybe a max of 2. And let's see how this thing is doing. It's looking for food, and there you probably won't find any anytime soon, so that's probably going to be a problem. What do you eat? Is it only that? Nah, that's right. We already looked at that. Ovagro figs. I'm wondering, do we have Ovagro figs? Because theoretically speaking, I could just keep this thing here alive and save us the water. Because we don't have that much. I mean, this here's all the water. There's nothing else left. That's all the water that we have, and well, until we find a better source. So that's what we need to household with. That is one thing to most definitely keep in mind here. Okay, right here, we're going into the cold area. We don't want to do that. So I'm just going to bring another ladder down here. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do it right here. And we're going to dig up all this uranium here. That will come in handy later as well. And then we're just going to unify all that water down here into this area. And just like right here, we have 2 tiles to the right that need to be free. So when we dig down here, that needs to be open by default, which means 3 tiles right here, kind of like right there. Very simple, very straightforward. That is how we are going to do this here. Also, don't want to dig yet. Want to do the wall first. Okay. Yeah, plenty to do. Plenty to do around here. Dupes are definitely not bored. We're going to set this one here to bleach stone, and we're going to copy the settings over to the other one. As a matter of fact, with a number 9 priority, the moment it is on the ground, I want somebody to come by, pick it up, put it in there. So we are not outgassing an insane amount of bleach stone constantly throughout the entirety of our base here. At least, that's the general idea for the time being. Okay, LG is coming in. 2 of them are still running. Printing pod is ready once again. We have Stinky right here, decorating and tidying. Animal lover, pacifist, no attacking, no building. That's questionable. We have Max with farming, operating, and researching. Duress to impress, attribute bonuses while stressed, immune to chilly surroundings, and increased air consumption rate due to being a mouth breather. We have 3 tons of sand, of which we currently have nothing. And then we have Harold with suit wearing +7, increased husbandry, increased medicine, but cannot attack. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button. Twitch, YouTube, everyone, Let me know what you think. What should we do? Do we have filter material? We do have plenty of filter material, just basically not yet. We have not dug into it. That's basically what we are looking at here. Okay. This is looking pretty decent so far. Like I said, everything's still going a little bit slower than we would like it to. But on the bright side, those 6 dupes here will level up drastically by doing what they're doing right now. And that will, of course, in the long run, help us out greatly to have such high skilled dupes so quickly and so early. So, it's not all negative. Just gotta try to find the positive. Okay, let me take a look here. We have Max Care Package again. So we have a 1 for Max, 1 for Sand. Then we have 1 for Herald. 2 more for Sand that gives Sand 3. 1 more for Max, 1 more for Sand. 1 more for Herald. And then over on Twitch we have Freya. That was from earlier, sorry. Sand, I mean. And double Max. At the moment. With the Sand vote from Hijiri, Sand is ahead by 1 vote. We just got the vote in, Hijiri. Allegedly trouble. Also Sand. Sand ahead by 2 votes. Okay. Sand going 3. Sand going 2. Sand going once. Sand it is. Sand, welcome to the game. Mark Brocky right here. We're going to give you grilling 2. That will help us out in the long run for sure. And that is, of course, a good thing. Very nice. Got another skill point down. Just need to get rid of this nonsense right here so we can utilize this area here properly. This one here has been built. Very, very nice to see that this ladder here has been done. That allows us to do shenanigans like this here. It's not going to hurt anything. No, not anymore. And that's exactly what we wanted. That allows us to get rid of all the nonsense in this area right here. And these buildings right here, not everything here has to be a bedroom. We can use it as a recreation room or any of a number of things. So I'm not too worried about it. That we won't utilize these as of yet empty rooms. It's not that big a deal. Something else that we do need though, that I hope we have yet, which is not here yet. That's unfortunate. In research, where is the rock crusher, please? The rock crusher is down here and it's number 3, number 13 on the list. That is actually, yeah, suboptimal. We need that thing here a hell of a lot earlier than that. A hell of a lot earlier than that. That sucks. That does suck. Food repurposing. And let's grab us the rock crusher. And the wiring after that. We do need to change the wiring. We do need to get the large power transformer in. And for that, we do need the rock crusher. It's the only way for us to get the metals that we need. And the only way for us to build what we need inside of there is, of course, gases. We need this here in both directions. And the same is true for liquids. We need both. It doesn't matter. Both of them are required. Can you please not do this? Thank you. There we go. All the way down. Let's try it in this order and see if that works out. We may have to change that, you know, a little bit around. I just don't want it to ever be idle. That's why I put so much. So if I keep on going in the game, if I forget for a couple of cycles, it doesn't matter. The dupes have plenty to do. That's the idea. All right. Still though, so far, so good. We're about to break into our first chlorine gas area right here. That's going to be a slightly detrimental to our base. I have no doubt about it. No doubt about it. The problem is we cannot go much further with our research until we put in, let's see, in stations, not in stations, in plumbing, of course, the pitcher pump. Pitcher pump that we want to have right here. That is what we want to have and need as well. So let's make that happen ASAP. And that should be just fine. All right. Oops. So far, so good. So far, so good indeed. We just need to get our hands down there to that water. That has to happen. We will do that from the bottom, of course, here. Actually, they can't just do it right away. Beautiful. I didn't think I wasn't sure if they could reach it or not, but they can. So it's all golden. No problems. No issues. All good. Right here, we can dig this here out and then grab the next one with the next room, no problem. We can also grab us all these ladders here. We won't need them anymore. And then last but not least, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a row of ladders through here. So the dupes can easily walk left and right from the pitcher pump over to this ladder that then goes all the way up to our very, very soon power area here on the left. Can you not stop it going into the base? Chlorine? Oh yeah, it's going to be fine. Yeah, last time around, it was a lot more than I anticipated. A lot more than I anticipated, that was very true. But this time around, you know, fool me once. This time around, it's not going to happen twice in a row. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. We're going to plop our smoker just right here in the middle for right now. That'll be fine. Just so we have it. That will create us an insane amount of food. Also easier, sure, once we have a mush fry. Plop it straight into the grill. Forgot about that. Whoopsie-daisy. Thankfully, the loss is marginal at best. But yeah, if we ever make more, we should immediately cook them a little bit better. That's for sure. Okay, right here we can dig up these two tiles right here. That's 4 high. That's perfect. That's great. Smoker being built. We're harvesting. We're up to 22,000 kilocalories. So far, it's really looking not too shabby. It looks like even the lump here is not dying. One of these here is at 89%. Are you going to go to 0 or are you going to go to 100 first? I really don't know. I really don't know. But we will find out. Unfortunately, we don't have anything else. These here are growing pretty nicely. We already are 2 tiles wide on the left and on the right here. So we are growing. Once we have the skill to rip out this research portal and we can move a lump in here, I think it's going to be great. Famous last words, Bier. Yeah, that's very true. That is also very true indeed. Okay, let's get rid of all the nonsense that we don't need anymore. Very good. And let's see that we can get down here next. Or should we go up first? We could go up here first just so we have access to the meteor blaster. Yeah, that may be at least a ladder. I mean, we don't necessarily have to breach into space quite yet. That's mafic rock. It's not going to collapse. We are just going to bring this up here just to get access to it. So if we should have a problem with chlorine or any other gas for that, carbon dioxide, can't forget about that good stuff, we will have the opportunity to basically vent it out into space, more or less ASAP. So we will be ready for the supposed worst-case scenario. Okay, temperature-wise, you check it at F4, I need F3 up here on the top. It is relatively warm, but it's not hot. That is fine. Don't really see a problem with it. There's really not too much of a cold area that we dug into. Really, the only one that we have violated or are about to violate is this one here, which is really nice. That works in our favor, as a matter of fact. Because I can do this here. I'm just going to put 2 rock rushes right here. Once we have our power source in here, it's not going to be an issue anymore. Very nice. That is going to be good. And the only thing we don't have yet is a manual airlock. I would have really liked to put one here temporarily, but it'll be just fine. I think we don't have a choice. We need to get in here. I think we need to dig this here out, and I think we need to start implementing our first heat burners. And I think that's what we are going to start doing, at least right now. Maybe the second one here. Let's see. Yeah, let's put him as close as possible to the right as we can. So I can do something like this here. And it doesn't look completely stupid if I put in 2 tiles. And then the dupes can just walk along here and dig it along the epistolite. And that is what we are using as our natural edge, I mean. Looks like a lot of bleach stone in the middle of the ice. Yep. We are ready for that, though. We have 2 full storage bins, each holding up to 20,000 kilograms or 20 metric tons in our water basin. And that should hopefully help. Any more neutronium revealed? Let's take a quick peek around here. If it's not at 23 degrees, we should be able to spot it relatively easy. And the answer is no. Nope, don't see anything at all. Let me put that back. There we go. That doesn't irritate me later. Okay, let's dig over here. That is going to be too low, so the dupes can jump down here. It's going to be just fine. Scheduling-wise, I have 2 dupes here, 4 dupes there. That's fine for right now. It doesn't have to be 100% symmetrical. It just has to be, you know, moved around a little bit. Okay. I mean, so far, I would argue we are looking a hell of a lot better. Using a hell of a lot more calm. Slightly more organized. Someone gifted me a membership, says Dorita. Pretty sure. That was WK Jizz. I can't see it anymore because it was too far back, but yes, WK Jizz was that. Gene. We have Gene right here with farming, tidying, and decorating mole hands excavation. Mole hands excavation. Mole hands granting increased excavation, I'm trying to say here. Grease monkey, frostproof, and allergies. We have a lumblet, of which we currently have none, but we can get one. We have a Nicola with decorating, operating, and supplying, charm resistant, Chevy dresser, noodle arms, and critter aversion. And last but not least, we have Quinn, tidying, frostproof, and kitchen menace. Those are the 4 options available. Take your pick, put it in chat, let me know what you think, and we have the reject all button down here on the bottom as well. And we have Killjoy with another 5 gifted memberships. Killjoy, you are such an insane MVP. Thank you very much for your absolute insane and continued support. Thank you very much, dude. Truly, truly appreciate that. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a couple more minutes to make your pick inside of our printing pod. And then we will dig in here and start setting up our people. Also, I just want to send a dupe all the way over here, honestly, just so I can see what the hell we are working with here, because this here is actually a bigger area than I thought. We couldn't really see this here properly. I thought it's closed off. It may not be. The area is big enough, though. We probably don't need this area. We can just close it off here with insulated tiles once we have them. It's not researched yet, but we are getting there. All right, let me see. We have a vote for Gene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes for Gene. 10. I didn't even count words. 10 votes. Unanimous votes for Gene. Killjoy, would you like to join us today? As Gene. Killjoy 20. Welcome to the Death Trap. I mean team. Damn it. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. Well, I keep saying it wrong. Sorry. Just happens sometimes. We're gonna go with improved strength, probably, actually. That may actually become in the most handy right now. Going tidying and supplying. Getting also down to pyrotechnics with the first dupe to be able to use the blast shot maker will come in handy. Yes, Killjoy, that's your purpose in life for right now. Let's go. Applied sciences, research, a reason for it is it gives us +2 science, where astronomy gives us nothing. Therefore, we want to make sure applied sciences is well applied to our friend Goof here, so he can research faster. That's the plan. Let me just go into priorities and find Killjoy right away, because Killjoy is going to do the odd bits ins, like storing, supplying, tidying. That is all right down your wheelhouse, Killjoy. Very, very nice. Good. I get to blow stuff up. Yes, you are the blow stuff up, dude. That's right. You get to blow up, you know, that little thing here, eventually. That's the plan. You're the man with the trigger. Yeah, we don't want to dig into that shit. Excuse me. Not right into the salt water. But on the bright side, look at this here. More algae has been revealed. And we can most definitely put our hands on that. I don't know yet how we are going to shield. I'm not going to build any higher. This here is the highest level where we are going to build anything at all. Up here, everything that we build above here is basically just helping material to help us get more algae or dig out stuff or whatever. But for right now, we are going to leave everything above here alone. Smoker's still not built. Smoker's still not built. Why? Where's Umdalik? Damn it. got one job. You're our builder. You are our builder. It's all you gotta do. Build things. Okay. There we go. Much, much better. The problem is we need in ventilation right here an outlet and a gas outlet for the carbon dioxide that we don't have. But it doesn't matter. He's still gonna say all of these here, well, once we have them, should be made instantly. So we still need that. That is being researched. I mean, he's hard at work. It's a lot. It's number 2 on the list. It's coming. We can sit that out. It's not that big a deal. We're gonna get our wires first, and that is totally fine. Without an issue at all. Okay, dupes. It's time. Let's make our way in here. Let's say hello to the Rex. And, you know what? We have plenty of Rexes and shit around here. I don't want to deal with this here. Let's do this here. And you know what? Let's do this. Just gonna go on a killing spree in here. It's fine. That is going to be much, much more useful right now. Especially once we have the research done, we can put that tough meat that we get from the Rex straight into our smoker, and that will solve our food issues. More or less, not indefinitely, that's the wrong word, but for a substantial amount of time. Let me put it that way. Other than that, I kind of need to change our food storage as well. It's still sitting here. I have never moved our ration box, never built a fridge, never did a damn thing. So we need to move it somewhere colder. I mean, what stops us to actually... Does anything stop us from make this cool chlorine gas vent right here our cooler? Yeah, it's 5 degrees. That's what stops us. It's way too warm. But it is overpressured, so it can't really erupt. So it's basically just using the surrounding temperature right here. This here is actually doing nothing. So it is possible, once we dig down here, to literally just plop in a door right here, like an airlock door, and make this here our temporary fridge. But for the time being, we are just going to not make it cold and not freeze it, and just put a couple of fridges in here. That should be just fine for right now. And what do I see here? Rosebush, Mimica. Those are 5. We can grab us to snack this and still make this area right here. And I don't think we have it yet. Oh, we do have the park sign. Wouldn't you look at that? We have a park. We're gonna leave that here for the time being. That is actually a problem that I just realized. Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, that is not it. What we need to do in all actuality is this here instead. And then this here. Badly. And then block it off on this left side right here somewhere. For example, right here. That would be the appropriate point. And then we can just come in here and put the park sign wherever we want. That will make us a park. So if we have any high-stress dupes here at some point in time, which will most likely happen, speaking of experience here, this will come in handy very nicely. So that's good. Definitely glad I happened to put my eye on this here before we ripped it out on accident, which happens to me a lot. Quite a lot, actually. This time, not so much. Okay, very good. Gonna put that in. And gonna come over here. Let's put it to 10x speed in the middle of the night. Dupe snapping. Not a hell of a lot is awake right now. I think from a scheduling perspective, we can move one dupe, probably Killjoy, over to this new schedule right here. Yes, he's gonna get an extra amount of sleep right now, but it's fine. BierTier is a high-stress dupervisor. He may be. That he may be, indeed. William says, okay, I'm off and show you Death Trap, I mean game. William, thanks for joining today, appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. Let's put this here barbecue on as well, indefinitely. We have it, we're gonna make it right away. That is, of course, what do we need to do here? And Killjoy, can I just move you all the way over here for a second so I can see what we're working with here? Yeah. I think this area right here, let's see here. Yeah, this area here is plenty big, at least in the beginning, for what we need. What I do need, though, is, of course, our insulated tiles, as I said. Where are we at on that? We're going in here right now. We're getting the airflow tiles first, and then we're going to get the insulated tiles right after. Very good. You plan on blasting the Mollier? I would like to do both, Varric, if at all possible. I would like to blow him out of the sky, but right before we blow him out of the sky, I would like to save it and then stop blasting him out of the sky, so we get to see both options. That would be the master plan for right now. Okay, so down here in the bottom is another Dartle. Kill it with fire or something else. I really don't care as long as it's dead. But other than that, let's just make this here. Yeah, let's make this here our edge. Make this edge here all across the board a little bit nicer. How are we going to do this here? How am I going to build this here? I really don't know, honestly. Let me build some tiles along here all the way through the back. Obviously, we don't want to do it all the way through here. Let's leave these here open. Yeah, that should be fine for the time being. And then send the dupes up here and dig this here out. Yes, we're going to dig up a bunch of bleach stone, but that bleach stone that we are going to dig up here is hopefully going to be a non-issue, since we are going to put it in here right away. Just can't let this water here run out completely, or we're going to have a bunch of bleach stone everywhere, or better to say a bunch of chlorine. That would be suboptimal. So, gotta watch out for that. But we should be okay. Mesh tiles need to be there. Yes, can't build what I don't have yet. We're getting there. So at the moment it's just tiles. We're just getting it in there and ready to go. So we can basically turn it on in a heartbeat. Okay, very, very nice. This thing here is 3 wide, yeah. You can't get up here. You dudes can't get up here. Of course you can't. Why am I even wondering? Let me just take another look into here, because eventually we're going to have peat burners that are 2 high and hydrogen generators which are 3 high. So I'm going to build the next row down here. 3 high. Yeah, there we go. Let's come over to the same place. Yeah, that should do it. And then we're just going to dig this here out as it comes and make this here a 1 straight line. So the dupes can then come down here as well. That should be fine. Probably gonna just come down here and insulate it and just make this whole area here straight, starting here. That should be plenty. And then down here, why don't we put the peat burners all the way on the bottom, huh? Yeah, why not? There's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from coming all the way down here. Bringing this ladder here, not the pile, the ladder further down to right there. And digging all this here wide open. Yeah, there we go. The chest get one earlier. He usually advances before me. Wait, let me check what we have here. We have one for Demetrius. Super hard digging, or super duper hard digging, I mean, of course. Sorry. My apologies. Gotta stay with the terminology here. Jizz. You like construction. You get construction. You already have super duper hard digging. But that's what you're gonna do. You get the better hat. And then words. Yeah, you get critter wrenching too. You love your dino so much. You deserve it to go first to critter wrenching 2 before we put you into crop tending. Alright. Umdalek. Oh, getting there. Just gotta build more stuff, and Umdalek will be there in no time. Very nice to see you. Just a note on that plan, I hit the Maulier with 99 hits, not producing the last one. Made a save to have the same choice of blasting it and leaving it. On a save load, it instantly got destroyed, so maybe don't make it to the last hit for the save. Yeah, I wasn't planning to go full 99. I mean, I was thinking 90 or something. You know, just so we have a little bit of extra time beforehand to make any changes or whatever. But not like instant save. But that is good to know. That is really good to know. But that is a potential issue. We got more printables here, guys. Let me know in chat what you think. We have Ada with decorating, digging, wrenching, skills in aesthetic design, has an iron gut, but noodle arms. We can get 2 extra tons of nickel ore on top of our already existing 211.3 tons. We can get a sweatcorn seed, 1 on top of our already existing 50, or we can get May with plus 11 in medicine, quick learner, but is unconstructive, cannot build. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know in chat what you think, and that is what we are going to do. And also, guys, this is, of course, the, I don't know, 3-hourly or so reminder, 2-hourly reminder. If you haven't liked the stream on YouTube yet, please do me a favor and do so. It doesn't cost anything and it helps me out greatly. If you haven't followed or subscribed yet on Twitch or YouTube respectively, also that doesn't cost a dime and helps me out greatly. On top of that, you should, at least in theory, get notified whenever I go live. Okay, let's put this in. And then on the bottom right here, yeah. Once we have the insulated tiles, I'm just going to go heavy on insulated tiles, and on the bottom we're going to leave a 4-high space, and this here is going to be our bottom. I think that makes sense. Normal tiles in between, we don't need anything else. Matter of fact, I'm going to leave one tile open right here. So we can also put in a... oh, we have insulated tiles now, very good. So we can also put in the fire pole later. That should be fine. And then I'm just going to... You know what? It doesn't even matter. What do we have here? Some brine ice? Yeah. It doesn't even matter. It's so cold still that we don't even have to insulate it over here. The only place where we really should insulate it is around here. And all the way along here to the abyssal light. That's what we need. The left side here is really not that important. Niedny says, what's the goal of the new game? The goal of the new game is to, well, I mean, we're basically just testing the new DLC, right? We're trying to set us up in a way that when this deadline here arrives in 173 cycles, that we are ready to shoot this thing here out of the sky and not shoot it out of the sky and let it impact on purpose. Because we would like to see both. That is at the moment the goal that we set ourselves, or I set for ourselves here. That's what I want to do. That's what we're doing. Okay, let me take a look here. Choose a blueprint and let me take a look in chat. What do we have here? And Magenta is here. 41 months as a level 2 engineer. 41 months. That is absolutely insane, Magenta. Thank you very much for that insane support of yours. And he says the answer to the penultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Wait, I misspoke. Let me do a little bit of counting here. We have a vote for Ada, Nickel, and Ada. That makes it the same. Agreed with Goof. Ada barely above reject all. Yes, Ada barely above reject all. That's right. Then we have over on Twitch 2 more votes for Nickel. That puts Nickel 2 votes ahead of everything else. We're gonna go Nickel in 2. We're gonna go Nickel in 1. And Nickel it is. Victor came in. I saw the chat message from Victor trying to go the other direction last second, but unfortunately, just a split second too late. Holy fuck, someone got my name right first try. Nice. Oh, I was talking about the trailer where the Duke goes to a planetoid by accident. Wait, what? Oh, yes. Yes. That, the goal of that game is probably the same of as an oxygen all included. Survival. And getting off of the planet. That is most likely what the goal of the new game is going to be. That is probably it, would be my assumption. Delicaw said, so I built my new PC almost entirely out of German engineering. It's great, but it looks looking at me sternly. That is funny. That is insane. If it's not over-engineered, it's not good. I mean, that's the basics. That's the basics. Okay, right here, we have that too high tile right here. That was actually a mistake of mine. I shouldn't have done this. That was stupid. Okay, sorry, my mistake, guys. I didn't think about this. I should have made it 3 high, not 2 high. Yeah. Brain fart right there. Thankfully, nothing that can't be rectified in a heartbeat. And then once they rip this here out, we can go ahead and put in our peat burners in the location where we want them and need them. I meant to say keeps, but I'm a little high. That's totally fine, Delicaw. That's totally fine. Let's go into power. Now that it's gone, we can put it in. Let's see what we get here. I'm wondering, can I do this? And I don't think, yeah, I have nothing here yet. I wonder if I am capable to put a storage bin here in the middle, and one auto sweeper is capable of feeding all of these. Will that be possible? I don't know. Let's see, where's the automation port? The automation port is right here. What is the range of an auto sweeper? I don't know from the top of my head. Does it say here? Probably not. Building size? No. Building range? No. Guess I will have to 3. Not possible, only 3 says PT. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Okay. Then let's build it differently in that particular case. We're gonna build a storage bin. And then we're gonna put in the peat burner. 3. But I'm glad you had the answer, though. Glad you had the answer. That saved me from trying it. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 peat burners and 3 storage bins. That should get it done. That should definitely get it done. Dupe stuck. Where do we have a dupe stuck? I don't see a stuck dupe. A dupe. Where's the dupe stuck? Nobody's stuck. Oh no. Not anymore? Okay, good. I was worried there for a second. I mean, we made it 28 cycles without losing one. That's a record. It's a record for this DLC at the bare minimum. We are getting there. It's coming in. We can already take care of the rest of the infrastructure as well. We will need a heavy butt wire that lives here. Of course, it will go up the ladder. And it will straight, for the time being, go into the heavy what? Into the rock crushers up here. We need to somehow control all this nonsense right here. And I believe... Still no mesh tiles. Once we have mesh tiles, I may just put a battery down here on the bottom that will control all of it. Because we... well... We could also go with the battery's charge sensor. Well, first we need to run it either way. So we need to be a little bit careful how long we run this here, because we don't want to waste a ton of energy. But once these here have power, I want nickel to be converted over. 50 here and 50 there. I want it done ASAP, because we do need to refine metals to get on our feet and continue on our journey downwards, mainly at least. Oh, yeah. These guys here are making progress. Love to see it. And the beauty is we have this nice cold area down here on the bottom as well. We can maybe use that later as an extension and as a heat sink for a metal refinery. That should be good. That should help us out quite drastically once we have that up and running, because the conversion rate is, of course, 100% for a metal refinery. Which is not true for the rock crusher, as we, of course, know. Okay, who is starving? What is wrong with you guys? You can literally just walk out of here. There's nothing wrong with you. Stop complaining. Stop complaining, indeed. I know you're running on 10x speed, and I know you don't like that. We're gonna go back down to 5. That should make your lives a little bit easier. On the other hand, though, we do have plumbing available to us now. So I should be able to just come down here with the gas pipe, slap a gas vent on, give that a super high priority across the board. And I can also leave a 9 on the smoker, because we only have one dupe that is going to do it. So it's not that big a deal. And that is that dupe's dedicated job, which is, of course, totally fine. 200 or even 500, I think, is the lowest difficulty setting. Cycles to have petroleum production up is non-trivial. I mean, we could have gone much faster and just pushed downwards by now. But we do have the time, and I think it is beneficial to us to get our power production up and running first. Once we have that, we go low. Okay. Well, let's see. Duplicant skills. Umdalek gets the demolition head finally. And Mark Brocky right here, we said earlier he's going to be our grilling master, but he also gets art fundamentals all the way down to masterworks at the end. So we have him available when we need him. Very, very good. Why are you starving? We have 28,000 kilocalories laying around. Go down there. Go grab you some. Let's go. How much does this thing here actually produce in carbon dioxide? I keep forgetting the actual value. 20 grams per second? Yeah, that's fine. That is okay. Acceptable. At the bare minimum, let's make sure we build these here, please, so we do not waste all of that cold to cool down this area right here, because we don't need this area here cool. Therefore, there is no point in wasting it. So, dudes, that's priority. That needs to happen. The lum. How are you doing? You ate something? You are not staying alive. I had a feeling about this. But that is totally fine, because you will have another chance at life, just a couple of stories lower. You are actually harvesting these here. We should probably tell you to not harvest these, shouldn't we? Across the board? Don't harvest these. The lum's gonna do that. Don't worry about it. Ah, that's true. Middle tile right here should be farm tile. Good catch. Good reminder. The Mimica needs to be there. And once all this nonsense here is gone, the grooming station lives right there. Just like that. That's what that should look like. We can put the Mimica in. And then we are just going to say relocate this lum straight down here. I know it's not reachable yet, but it will be eventually. And then please do it right away. And in the meantime, we're just going to copy those settings down here. We're just going to say 4 though, because we can't afford to have 4 in here, 96 tiles, and that should be hopefully okay. And then last but not least, the Mimica bud is being planted as well. Very good. Not a 9 priority. That's too much. Not necessary. Everything should be somewhat reasonable here across the board. Yeah, there we go. Okay, the lump is down here. The lump can eat now. Can get to his Avagro vines or Uvagro vines, and he should be a hell of a lot happier now, I hope. And you know what? Now at this point, we should also be able to just dig ourselves into here and wrangle this bad boy and make it 2. There he goes, stomping around happily, harvesting Uvagro vines and eating them. Very, very good. Our peat production is now up and running. That means we should be able to start now burning it, since we are now producing. Liquid reservoir is here, and plumbing we get insulated pipes. Very nice. More and more stuff is coming in, slowly but steadily. We're getting there. This is the last major thing once we have power up and running. Sorry, the second to last major thing. Once we have power up and running, we need one more thing, and that is, of course, oxygen. Since we are currently relying on algae, we still have 5.2 tons, and there's plenty more to go. So it's not really the end of the world or anything, but we should do something about that eventually, before we can then go ahead and start making blast shots out of our rear ends. All right, looking really good so far. I would really like you guys to get started on this here, though. Yeah, the smart battery is missing. I'm hoping that, let me check the research here. Where is the mesh tile? In sanitation. It's not even selected. I just completely forgot about it. Yeah, I was hoping I can't just, I mean, I still can. For the time being, I just have to rebuild it later. We are going to put the smart battery in here, eventually. I think... I mean, it may be beneficial just for the time being to put 1 extra rock crusher up here. I know it's going to take a boatload of energy and everything else, but just enough to get the smart battery done so we don't have to waste the peat with all of these peat burners down here. I think we just need to get a little bit of extra in, and then we should be fine. Okay. Jason Feltzer is here. Jason says, hey, Beer. Hey, all. How goes the stream? Dupe check, please. this here is a new map, so no, Jason, you are in fact not alive. But we also, so far at least, don't have a dead dupe. But now that you're here, if we are choosing a dupe, maybe you will be first come, first serve, and you can join. Victor Milan says, yeah, not gonna lie, I still struggle with keeping track of the things. Haha, my researcher would be at nuclear before I even get the dupes to manage the colony. Yeah, right. Did you see the trailer for the new Oxygen Not Included game away team? Yes, I didn't just see it, we watched it live on stream earlier today. Can highly recommend it. If we have enough people here that haven't seen it yet but would like to see it, then I don't have a problem watching it again. The entire thing is a minute and a half long. But yeah, it's really, really, really great. Looking forward to it. But let's see. We have available to us salt water, 2 metric tons. We currently have nothing. We have Devin with ranching, decorating, and researching, duress to impress, germ resistant, nyctophobic, and a Luddite. We have Ada with supplying and suit wearing. She's a gourmet. She is skilled at super duper hard digging, is squeamish, but narcoleptic. My god, why is that the word that I'm struggling with out of all these random ass words? And we have Pei, last but not least, digging, rocketry and cooking, interior decorator, squeamish, and a shabby dresser. Those are our 4 options. The reject all button on the bottom in the middle is available as well. Always got to keep that in mind. Let me know in chat, on YouTube, in Twitch. It doesn't make a difference. Both are counted equal. Let me know what we should do, and that is what we are going to do as well. Okay. Okay. I really like it. It's getting better across the board here. This here is really working well. I don't remember how big this here was in our beta test. But I mean, right now, those 3 mimicas here, there are no pollination issues whatsoever. Which is actually interesting, if you ask me. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Somebody please plop in that rock crusher. And let me take a look back in here. On Twitch, we have only 1 vote. We have 26 viewers, but only 1 vote from Music Kitty. Music Kitty, thank you very much for being so active. I do not miss you. Trust me. Your pay vote is counted. But let me take a look on YouTube. We have 1 vote for Ada over there. Then comes Pay. 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 Pay will make an excellent digger for now. And I don't think we are beating Pay this time. I think you are correct. I think Pay it is. Now the question is just, who would like to join us? You know what? Music Kitty, would you like to join us? How are you feeling about that? You have been the keyboard warrior all by yourself over on Twitch until Mark just joined you and helped a couple of times here. So, Music, we gonna bring you in. Music Kitty, welcome to the game. And thanks for hanging out over on Twitch. Alright, let's go to skills. Let's find Music Kitty. And what did we actually choose here? Digger with grilling and rocketry who cannot do medicine. Yeah. Now what? I don't need another cook. Don't need another digger. Don't need rocket piloting whatsoever. I think Music Kitty. I think we're gonna send you down the mechatronics engineering route because we have no one going in that direction yet. So let's start with improved carrying for the time being to bring up your strength. That will help us out greatly in the base across the board, really. We will bring you down to the new schedule. Now we are equalized. And then in priorities, for the time being, we're going to give you storing, supplying, and where we at tidying. Kind of like Killjoy, but later on, that will get removed and switched out for engineer building and operating. Looking forward to that. That is what we need right now. We need digger builders. We don't really need too many diggers. We need builders, really. Building is the main issue. And we also need people that are supplying, because also when you look here, nothing has been delivered. And that's why I believe that it's actually not a shortage of builders, it's mainly a shortage of people with muscles, or dupes with muscles that can actually deliver the material. That is, I believe, our bottleneck. Umdalek is suffocating. And Jazz is starving. Both for really no particular reason. And we do not have the firepower yet either, sadly. That would have been helpful. What are you doing? Get rained on. Actually, get murdered. Actually, only get murdered. There we go. 2 lumps are in. Very nice. And all the carbon dioxide and all the chlorine is just going to get stuck down here, of course. That was a given. We knew that would happen. The dupes won't be happy. Eventually, once we have suits, this here will obviously be a suited area. But for the time being, we don't have that luxury available to us. So we can't. Just how it goes sometimes is what it is. But still, dupes, though. I still need you down here. I still need you to get this here out. That still has to happen one way or another if you like it or not. On the bright side, though, once our peat burners are running, what are they producing? They're producing polluted water. What's polluted water going to do? Outgas. And what's outgassing going to do? It allows our dupes to breathe. Not the best stuff to breathe, but trust me, it's definitely better than nothing. Oh yeah, that's what we're looking at here. And that should help us out quite drastically. Okay, let me turn on these here. I kind of forgot about them. Honestly, just everything. Everything's allowed in there. It's fine. And we're just going to rip out this ration box here. Utterly and completely. I'm going to put in a nicer floor right here. We have 8 dupes. We have 10 seats. We're still good. But eventually, we will need to put in a second one. If we like it or not. Our rock rusher up here is ready. I'm going to say another 50. And I'm going to give it a number 9 priority. I want somebody to work on this here. Preferably at all times. As long as we have power from our manual generator. The rock rusher will have to do its thing. So we can at least generate enough refined metal for our smart battery. Okay. So far, so good. I've definitely seen this thing here worse before. We still have plenty of time. 168.8 cycles. He is coming. He is coming. But we will be ready. This time we will be ready. Okay, I think we are also going to go lower here at this point. At a low priority, though, I want this here to be done first. But if a dupe literally has nothing else to do, which I kind of find hard to believe, to be honest, right now. But still, if a dupe has nothing else to do, we're going to go low. We're going to go all the way to roughly right here, maybe. Just got to be a little bit careful. I don't want to take all this brine and nonsense here down with us. That is one thing that we need to look out a little bit for. Here's a kitty, you're brand new. Maybe you shouldn't be the one running around down there, but, you know, I understand. I understand. You're just trying to help. Am I the only one having the urge to put a dupe in a room with some water and a bunch of mosquitoes to see how they reproduce? Or to see a poor colony be disrupted by mosquitoes? I do see where the urge is coming from at the bare minimum. Let me put it that way. Seal the park, por favor. Ooh. Park's not sealed. Good call. Park needs to be sealed. Park will be sealed. Thank you, sir. Gotta rectify that right away. Because, of course, you're 100% correct. Also, a little bit of a better exchange of gases here. Can be easily accomplished. Like this. And now this is a nature reserve. Which is, of course, the better of the two options with a morale bonus of 6. If it's only a park, then it's +3. Okay, very good. I just need the dupes to come down here as well and get rid of this nonsense here, please. ASAP. Could have done that a long, long time ago. Don't know why that didn't happen, but now it will. And thank you very much for the follow, Unfixed Fever. Truly, truly appreciate that. That gets us up to, what, 580 followers on Twitch. Thank you very much for that. Getting close to 600 here. I mean, haven't been on Twitch that long. Making progress. Getting there. Alright, other than that, I mean, it's literally the power. It's what we need. Kinda wondering. I'm gonna go back into research. What are we looking at right now? Are we researching currently nothing? It's like we are not. Let's plop that one in. and let's go through it again, and let's check it out. What do we need next? We're going to go plastic manufacturing. Sure, why not? Auto sweeper is necessary. Auto sweeper and solid transport. Need that right away. Renovations, anti-metal refinery. Don't need this, don't need that, don't need this, and don't need that. At least not yet. Will need the desalinator eventually. That'll come in handy. We have plenty of salt water on the map, as we know. Water sieve probably will come in handy eventually. Not on the priority list on the top, but it is getting there. These two. Then all the way down on the bottom. We don't even have an automation wire, I just realized. That is a problem. We're just going to go with it, and we will go. Unfixed Fever says, been following you on YouTube for a while. Had no idea you were on Twitch. You have taught me a lot on Oxygen Not Included. That is awesome. Love to hear that. Yes, Unfixed Fever, I am in fact dual streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. It hasn't been that long that I started dual streaming. A few months, maybe? Before that, it was only YouTube. Okay. Everything's looking so calm. It almost worries me how calm everything is right now. I mean, we are running here at medium speed. Our oxygen is fine. There's really nothing too wrong with chlorine or carbon dioxide. We have food, not plenty, but enough for our needs. This almost worries me. Music Kitty said, as I watch on YouTube on my TV and keep Twitch open on my phone to chat. Hey, that's best case scenario. That gives me 2 views. You won't hear me complaining about that. I'm going to set this down here to, I don't know, maybe 2 tons instead of 3. Instead of 20. And set it to Pete. And that's what I'm going to copy across the board here. That's what's going to happen. That's what we need. And Go Length Dog, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime. I truly, truly appreciate all your guys' support. But of course, you specifically, Go Length Dog. Okay, up here on the top, there's really no point in having this, because why? Let's just rip it out. It doesn't cause any other issues here for our duplicants, because they're confused or they're, you know, something else similarly stupid. Gotta be careful with that with our dupes. Yeah. Okay. We have here our ladder coming down. That's beautiful. We have here our peat burner working, which is even more beautiful, actually. And the only problem that we are having is that now we are mixing our brine down here on the bottom with our polluted water, which I would have liked to avoid. Yeah, that is a problem. The main issue is that I strongly believe I have to once again mess with this order of operation, because we need the automation wire. We need it right now. I didn't realize we didn't have it yet. That's on me. That's thankfully a easy fix and not the end of the world. And you know what? Screw it. Let's go back up here and let's plop in a couple more things. Just so there's plenty to do once we have the automation wire. Right at the moment, the peat burner is just burning, just running constantly, which is not optimal, realistically speaking, but it's also not the end of the world. Also realistically, really not the end of the world. It'll be fine. By the time we have our rock crushers here up, our nickel in, and our research done, we're good to go. Mesh tiles are now here. That makes our life easy. And what I meant to do with this mesh tile is, I meant to put the battery on top. That was the plan. But I think... yeah, what am I thinking? Yeah, I think I'm still gonna do it. Screw it. It'll be fine for the time being. The dupes here will be, of course, mopping for a little while. Let's just put it right here. Then let's go in power. Let's grab us the smart battery. Let's plop it on top. And then once we have the automation wire, instantly that thereafter, highest priority, number 9. We need it, we want it, we're gonna get it. The moment we can. That's what we're going to do here. There's a little bit of brine ice and nonsense right here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, everything that is not abyssalite, replace it outright and straightforward with insulated tiles. Okay, dupes. Let's get this here done. Power is in. We're getting refined metals. Once we get the refined metals in, we're good to go. That means also we can start building stuff like our large power transformers. That's where they are going to live. Basically here, all across the board. In each and every one of these here is going to be one. Obviously, we don't want to build them all yet. So we have more than enough nickel left over for our automation wires. Okay. So far, so good. This is going to look messed up here probably for a while until this thing here actually stops. We are going to turn it off manually once we have the automation wire. So it stops with this nonsense here. And we can actually mop this up here properly and make this here look somewhat decent. And then we go from there. How would you grade the new DLC? I like it. And both of you are asking that. Mark and Baldassar. I like it. I like it. I like that they added more critters, more buildings, more different techniques. I mean, they all added the carnivores with the Rexes here, for example. I can highly recommend it, personally. I mean, once again, the value that you get, even if you have to pay full price for it, which is $7.99, $8 in the United States, is absolutely worth the price, in my opinion. Okay, so far so good. What the hell? Yeah, down here we have to do basically the same thing that we did before and just start an annihilation spree across the board here. Let's kill them all. Kill them all. Sometimes you just have to, well, kill them all. I don't want to disable the buildings, sorry. I want to suppress current. That's what we want to do. And then up here, let's grab us in the skills Killjoy and give him plumbing. It gives him an extra 2 strength and a new hat on top of that. Very nice. I mean, in my opinion, out of the newer DLCs that have been released so far, the Bionic one is by far the weakest, in my opinion. I like the Bionic one personally the least. I do like FPP. Like FPP, I liked a lot. That is exactly right down my alley. I like that. And the same is true for PPP as well. But the smoker is turned on. It's making brisket once we have it. It's here. It's all turned on, all ready to roll. We're going to take a look at this here in a second. Just want to put in this automation wire. The automation wire is gotta go all across the board here, and we're going to make it yellow. Why not? Yellow for power. That makes sense, doesn't it? And then right here, we're not going to connect it up. That will automatically make all this here red and turn it effectively off. That is what we are trying to accomplish, so we can mop all this nonsense here up, get it out of here. And at the end, preferably only have polluted water from the peat burners themselves left. That is what we are trying to accomplish here at Bearman. To make that happen, though, all the stuff that I want to do in here, I want to have done and completed, or otherwise it will just end in a complete disaster. Do we have the fire pole yet? No, fire pole is still not here. That's okay. But we do have the automation wires and bridges. Hardest part about Relica is getting enough materials to make Atmosunes and Steam Engine in time. I keep getting overheated, I can imagine. Connect the power to the battery. Yes, that we need to. That is very true. But I'm more after the automation wire. Once the automation wire is built, the peat burner will effectively turn off. But yes, you're of course correct. That's a requirement right here, but it will never work. Giovanni says, by the way, I've seen some runs for now, and I started wondering if one could do a run using plants and critters as much as possible with less machineries, using only manual pump and energy. I think we are getting there. Like, for example, the lump right here can now harvest for you. I can take a lump and I can put it up here, and it will harvest all the sweat corn. That is, of course, nice. So there's a lot of things that are being... there's a lot of things here that we can definitely do with this update. I like that a lot. Exactly, Giovanni, I agree. But let's take a look at this here. As I just said, we have a curative tablet, a bonbon tree seed. Actually, 3 curative tablets. I don't want to lie to you guys here. But it's only one bomb on 3 seed. But we also got old Harold over here, who is very good at hiding and suit wearing. He has mole hands, and he has a bottomless tonic. And then we have Quinn with farming, doctoring, and operating. He is a, ooh, look at that. He is a mechatronics engineer. He starts with the skill for it, but he cannot cook. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the very bottom. Let me know in chat what you think, of course, across both platforms, both being counted equally. Okay, this is looking good. We're still at 24,000 kilocalories. It's still not as high as I would like it to see. So basically in here, if we have 2 lums in here, the 2 lums are basically eating all and everything that's coming out of this Ovagra node, and we are not getting anything from it. Do I see that right? So basically, all the food in the world that we have is the sweat corn, which needs peat. So the entire reason for this here is not to get anything out of this thing here. The entire reason for it is to feed the lump, to keep feeding the sweat corns. It's also only 325 kilocalories. So what I'm thinking is, we are going to duplicate these 2 things here once again. Now the question is, should we do lum beside lum, or should we do sweat corn, lum, sweat corn, lum? Those are, I suppose, our available options here. You guys have a preference? I don't care. Let me know while I'm looking at this here. Okay, we have 2 votes for Quinn on Twitch, plus on YouTube, Quinn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 for tablets, 8. 8 for Quinn. Quinn it is. Who would like to join us in this hellhole, in this map here as Quinn? Do we have any volunteers? Ooh. Victor Milan is the first. By a lot. Jason, you're next. I got you, Jason. I see you, but Victor, one fair and square. Victor Milan, welcome to the game. Thank you very much for your support. Truly, truly appreciate that, of course. So you already are a mechatronics engineer, which is beautiful. Great choice, guys. Couldn't have done it better myself, not gonna lie. We're gonna give him improved tinkering, though, so we can go ahead and get those +2 extra machinery in. We're gonna go into priorities and gonna make sure that Victor right here immediately gets operating and engineer building. That's what we need immediately. And you know what? If you have nothing else to do, you can tolerate. How about that? Beautiful. Now the dupes are mopping down here and all the good stuff. Now we're gonna give them an extra couple of minutes here to get this here all sorted out and under control. Get it all nice. We only want polluted water down here, nothing else. So let's make that happen, dupes. Rather sooner than later. Dragon says congrats, Victor, and good luck surviving. Yeah, he's not wrong, he'll need it. Thank you. Hopefully, is smarter than me. Survive at least until the meteor hits. Well, we will see about that. We will see about that. Let's mop up here on the right side, and let's bring this here out. And let's also close it off right here at the end. This here, actually, 96. Yes, it is. And it's so I need the wall here. And I need the wall here. Yeah, there we go. You're just gonna put that in as is. Rip the rest out. And make both of those areas here ready for more sweat corn and more lump. Gonna make that here. We're not gonna fuck with the Rex and anything else right now, because once our power is up and running, we need to mainly concentrate on taking care of this meteoroid here. And as I said earlier, of course, the oxygen is the last thing that we still lack. But other than that, I mean, we are looking pretty damn good, in my book, at least. Let's bring this here over as far as we can and dig 2 down, because why not? Music Kitty says, corn, lumber, lumber, corn? Or corn, lum, corn, all right. That's what we're gonna do. Or instead of wall and use table to reach the ladder. That's a good call. That's a good call. You know, That's a really good call, actually. I think I'm going to put one here, and I'm going to put one up here as well. Just so we have two dupes can have more than just one access to this ladder right here. I think that's going to be helpful. But what was that? I need to see again here. It was corn, lum, corn. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Corn, lum, corn. Corn, lum, corn. It is. That's how it's going to look. I actually like this. Yeah, it's great. That's a good one. Okay, down here in the bottom. I still need this here done. Oh, doopsie. Okay, everything here is on a 9. So I hope it will get done. But PT has a good point. Corn, lum, corn, lum. That way you can use auto sweepers to feed the corn. Very true. I didn't consider that. Because we can't just pick up the peat as it comes out of the, rear end of the lum and feed it that way. That is not going to cover 100%, obviously. But it's going to be better than nothing in the interim. And that is actually a great idea. So, Music Kitty, sorry, you may have been first. But he does have a really good point. He does have a really good point. That is the better mousetrap. Let's see. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. And this here is still 12 tiles long, as it should be. 2 lums have a rear end. I recall the hatches actually emit their byproducts out the front. I don't know. I can't say that I have actively watched a lum relief itself. Let me put it that way. I can't say I've done so yet. Didn't you have 4 lumps in there? Yes, I did have 4 lumps in there. So I'm just going to go with 2 and see how it goes. They're currently glum, and what I do believe is, because skill-wise, we really only have words right now. Do we? We have no other dupe. I don't think words... yeah, we don't have another... We need a farming dupe. A ranching dupe, because words alone is too thinly spread. So yeah, that is an issue. That's why they're glum right now. So later on we can always put more in there. We can start breathing then. We can do one of a gazillion things, right? But at this time, I think it'll be alright. Okay, very, very nice. How many blueprints do we have left? 3! Well, screw it. Let's open up another one. And there we have it, digital charcoal. We have about 17 of those laying around. I'm not too worried about that. But we do have a bunch of carbon dioxide down here. Here is a Neramamica by itself flying around. Here's one. Not sure where you came from. You are food. But yeah, I mean, food is not optimal. Very true, but it's also not really that big of a deal. I wonder if the vines can grow over the plants, though. No, they can't. They will just stop there. We did that last time while we did test the beta. You can actually see it right here. You can see this here. The Mimica bud blocks the Ovagro from going further. This Ovagro vine here says harvest ready, instead of what it's supposed to say if it would be growing, which is, let me see here. Let me, can't touch it. Can't. There it is. Ovagro vine growing. It's growing out. It's not growing fruit. That's the difference that we are seeing right here. Okay. I mean, so far so good. More sweat corn is coming in, and once all this here is built, it's going to be a non-issue, I mean, basically entirely across the board. Honey on the bottom, still... Come on, dupes, a little bit faster here. That would be amazing, honestly. And then at the end right here, for the time being at least, everything that is not abyssalite, we are going to replace with insulated tiles across the board. Will the vine climb up the ladder? The vine will not climb up the ladder? Actually, I don't know if it will climb up the ladder. It will climb up the wall, though. So this side here can go 12 long, but this is only 7. So it's gonna go an extra 5 tiles, so it end up right here in one of those 2 tiles here. Depending on how they calculate it, it should be ending up in one of those 2 tiles here when this one here is fully grown. So yeah, there's that. That's what we are looking at. No one picking up the bleach down on 309. We should have 2 dupes that should be doing that. 2 dupes. Should have that as the highest priority. But I mean, we also have Music Kitty right here. I mean, both of those dupes we brought on very recently, so their skill level in athletics is rather low. It's probably going rather slow. We need more labor. We need much, much more labor. Also, I just realized we have 9 dupes and only 8 beds. We need another one of these bad boys here. We also need to copy the settings. All the other toilets. So we can bring on another dupe here soon, hopefully. And at the same time, the 1 dupe that we already have that is extra can take a nap somewhere. Word says, am I properly prioritized? Let me check that words. You are. You should be. I checked that earlier. You are farming and ranching. Number 1 priority with the building and operating thereafter. We can actually turn that off now. We don't need it anymore. That is engineer building that I just turned off. There we go. Now it's only farming and ranching. Should be fine. Kill the polluter critter. Wait, what? This one? It'll just die by itself. And it will just become another seed. It's a non-issue. Okay, dupes, right here. What we need is this here built. I don't know how else I can emphasize it. I don't know how else to tell you. Let me take another look into priorities. Who has actually building? Umdalek, of course. And he's the only one who is building. Maybe that's a little bit low. Maybe I do need to leave you 2 on here. And Chaz as well. Everybody who is even slightly there gets 1 extra point, so we get a little bit more building in here. Because we do need more building. He means the more than the bedroom. Oh! Missed the morb. My mistake. Sorry. You said polluter, not pollinator. I'm an idiot. That's what happened. Almost the same thing. Almost the same thing. No problem. All good. What are we researching right now? Up here? Okay, that's fine. You can keep on going. But, yeah, please, I do want that fire pole here. That is also currently a massive bottleneck. Our dupes going down. We're losing a lot of speed, and that is a problem. Okay, now, slowly but steadily, it looks like the dupes are coming in here and actually trying to get some stuff done. I actually have 1 more idea here for this build that can help us. Yeah, why not? Let's dig this here out. Barris is here. Is Barris version 23 printed yet? No, Barris. We actually started fresh because the DLC released 2 days ago on Thursday. I honestly didn't anticipate it to release that quickly, but no, they really only had a 2-week testing period again. And released it. And with the new release, I said, okay, if it's a new release, we are, in fact, going to start a new map. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Bears. I didn't see it coming that fast. I was surprised with FPP and somehow was surprised with PPP once again. Yep, $7.99 on Steam in US dollars. I know they have released their past DLCs, but I thought this one here would be different, but no. No, it wasn't different at all. The reason why I'm opening this here up is not the saltwater. I don't really care about the saltwater or the brine or whatever else here. I'm more interested in getting the oxygen up and maybe a little bit of the chlorine gas down while we're at it. You know, just park it down here for the time being. That would be nice. Oh yeah, last stream Barris wasn't a survivor, he was a returner. Yeah, I think we made it up to Barris version 4 if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I'm assuming that this here is probably the outlet for each and every one of those, right? Right? Is the outlet where the automation wire is? Or is it where the little faucet here is? Wait, does anyone know? Because I actually don't know. Where does it come out for these things here? It's 3 wide. I would assume it's the middle, right? So I think I'm building it off by 1. Can that be? Am I right about that? Does anyone know? If not, I can just test it on 1. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. More skills are available. Let's give those out like candy. Yeah, we don't want advanced medical care. You get astronomy. But that will actually put you over the edge on your morale a little bit. I don't know why that would be. When I see somebody like Words running around with 16 morale, but let's give him crop tending. That'll help him out with the rest of his duties up here. We'll speed him up a little bit, and that is, of course, never a bad thing. Yeah, Victor, you're suffocating down here. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. Can't say I'm surprised about that. Let me help you with this a tiny little bit, will you? I open this here up. You will have a steady supply of oxygen. That should be a little bit closer to where you are right now. I have Thanos to cheer me up all the time. Of course my morale is high. I guess you do have a point there. You do have a good point there. Okay, yeah. Slowly but steadily it's taking shape. Let's see here. What I'm going to do is... let's see, in automation. Automation bridge, not automation bridge, but deconstruct this one tile right here. Rather quickly. That will turn on the peat burner, and it will hopefully show me where it's coming out of. Actually, I can't see nothing here. There's so much nonsense going on. Let's try it with liquids. It looks like it is. Yeah, it is actually coming out the faucet. Yes. So that's great. Because otherwise, I would see it everywhere else, but I do not. But that's great. To prove the theory, let's mop across here. If I'm correct, this thing here can't just keep running for right now. It doesn't matter. If I'm correct, then we shouldn't see any more polluted water right here in this area. Once they start mopping, also let me copy these settings and bring them all across here to each and every one of those storage bins. That's gonna be good. Already mopping on the top, that's great. And now we're mopping here on the bottom. And we can see the proof right now. It's actually coming out of the faucet. Nice. Now we know. And now we can fix this here up the way it's supposed to be. So let's see, where's my faucet? It's right here, it's right here, it's right here. It's right here? Can't tell. I think it's right here, and I think it's right there. Yep, that's it. Wonderful. Exactly what that should look like. That allows all this nonsense here to come downwards, and that's, of course, exactly where we want it as well. One more thing that I'm going to do right now is, in automation, we're going to put the automation wire back in. And then I'm going to tell them to mop down here in the bottom for one more time. That's what we need, that's what we want, that's what we're going to get, and it'll be fine. Right, nice, oof, yes. Right, nice, oof. I don't know where to store that stuff. I don't have a storage as of right now for this stuff. What we could do for the time being, though, is... You know what? That could work. Smart battery settings done, though. We're just putting this here in. It's not going to turn on yet. None of it's going to turn on yet. I am just going to say, right here, Bodland here. And I'm going to say, well, if we have it... we don't have it yet. We don't have it yet, sadly. But we're going to get it right now. We are literally 1 point away. Good. Just to get rid of this ice for the time being. Come on, dupes. I just need 1 point of research on the advanced research, please. Kind of like that. Nope. Do not. There we go. And now I can put an automatic dispenser on the other side. And then I will tell the dupes to put the brine ice on one side I'm gonna tell the dupes to put the brine on the other side. And then we're gonna get rid of this nonsense. And we should be good to go here. Yeah, a little bit more mopping, sure. Mop it all up. That's fine with me. But put in this ladder here as well while you're at it. As well as this automatic dispenser. We do need it all. And then across the board here, I'm gonna set it all to 9s. And then once everything's built, I'm gonna reduce it all back down to 5s. As it should. Very good. We also got the auto sweeper unlocked, which is beautiful. Let's check this here out. Yeah, look at that. Oh, well, let's put that one here. Yeah, that should do it. And let's put this one here. And let's put this one here. Why not? Doesn't have to be symmetrical. Not necessary to be functional. And that should keep him fed whenever they need feeding. The dupes just need to bring it by to the storage bin and keep the storage bins full. Simple enough. This here we are going to set to brine ice. Put a number 9 priority. Wherever you find it, put it in there and just shove it down here. That'll be just fine. Yeah, there's some stuff melting around here, I know. It's also above here. That is going to be a slight issue, though. I mean, for the time being, if we need to expand it later, we can always expand it later. Do I need a 4 high space for anything up here? I don't think so. I think 3 high is more than enough. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my life and our life here very simple for the time being and put a row of insulated tiles up on the roof. That will keep the brine ice up there. It will stop it from melting. We don't have to mess with it over and over and over again for all of eternity. We're just going to mess with it once and be done with it. Although, this tile here, I actually won. Okay, good. Couple more things here, and we are good to go. Very, very nice. I'm going to set this here to brine. Number 9. Put it in there. Press the current. Let's go. That also allows us to build us infinite storage, because we don't have one yet, and we definitely do want one. On the bright side, it doesn't count as industrial machinery, so we can put one here, and we can put one there. And then we can do something like this here. And that will be, really quickly, an infinite storage that is just integrated into our research area right here. For right now. Oh yes, printer time. Looking right at it. Not doing shit. Good call, words. Good call. Alright, guys. You're up once again. What do we have? We have a briar seed, or better to say 3, on the left. Then we have Joshua. He is decorating and researching. He's handy in construction, immune to food poisoning, and decreased medicine. That is a decent dude. We have Ruby with rocketry, attribute bonuses while alone, immune to chilly surroundings, and cannot do doctoring errands. Questionable dupe, but also not that bad. Then we have Steve, suit wearing plus 12, increased construction, cannot do attacking, and decreased athletics minus 5, so it's really only a total of a plus 7. So those are the options we have available, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what you guys think in chat, and that's what we are going to do. Alright, dudes. Continue away. Okay, down here, everything's looking good. Where are all these startles coming from? Oh, they're coming up. Walked out of here. That's where they come from. Let's kill them all. They're just going to be in our way for no reason. So let's make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, once the rest here is built, I believe that our automatic dispenser and bottle emptier here will see some rather frequent use. Relatively fast, relatively quick, and we should be fine. Laughing Wolf, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Truly, truly appreciate that. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this here real quick before I check out your answers for what we're going to get out of the printing pod. We need to set this here up to all standard, and then we just need to, stop a few things from going in there. Like, for example, brine ice we don't want. Inorganic, we can't really put everything in there. It doesn't matter. You can rot in there. Ah, you know what? Polluted dirt. We're not going to put in there. It's fine. Seeds we can put in there. I don't care. Refined metals we can put in there. Raw minerals, miscellaneous. Everything can go in there. Industrial ingredients, filtration medium, cultivatable soil, consumable ore. Consumable ore, we need to be careful. Because that could become an issue later on. But for right now, that's fine. And then down here on the bottom, we have sublimators. We're going to leave those off. And we have critter eggs. We leave those off as well. And then last but not least, we do need to set it, though, to sweep only, or it's not going to work. Then copy the settings. Press current. Copy the settings again. And now, we have a properly functioning infinite storage right there. All right. Let's go choose blueprint. And let's see. What do we have? We have a vote on Twitch for old Steve. And what do we have on YouTube? Reject all. One vote for Steve. I would pass. That's a reject all. Ruby would be an excellent astronaut, but you don't need one. That's correct. Words is for Joshua. Reject all. Get the seeds. Reject all. Vote for Joshua. Seeds. Reject all. Let me see here. Reject all got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes. And Steve got 1, 2, 3 votes. And Joshua got 1. Yeah, it's reject all. It's reject all. Reject all wins the vote. We're not going to get anything. But Music Kitty still gets another skill point. And the new hat. I'll be right. Very nice. That means you can carry more of our stuff over to our automatic dispensers and bodily impure. Nice. That's exactly what we need. A few more tiles up here. Very good. Another bedroom down here. Very nice. Our 2 large power transformers are coming in. Very good. And what's on 84? Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch as well. Once again, truly, truly appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. And continue this year. I mean, this has to go into each and every one. That is going to happen one way or another. It's not a priority or anything, but eventually we will need it. So we might as well slap it in and be ready for it preemptively. A few more things need to be built. All this here still needs to be built as well, of course. But first, we need to get this here out of the way. Once that is out of the way, we are golden. It's going to be good. It's going to supply our rock rushers with power basically instantly and allow us to make more refined metals for all the other advanced builds that we need to go after right now. We're currently in cycle 41. We have 159.3 cycles left until the Maulior strikes. And I believe this time we are looking a hell of a lot better than last time during the beta. But also the truth is last time it was all trial and error. And this time around, we are trying to go after our actual goal. Okay, we have our fire poles in. Obviously, that's not that high of a priority, but I am going to put it in all the way through. Same length as the other side. Like I said, it is slowing down our dudes. There is no question about that whatsoever. And it will make a massive difference once it's installed. Therefore, I'm just going to give the command and then prioritize manually what we want to build when. Okay. I mean, once this here is up and this here is up, it's straight downwards. Straight downwards. Let's see. Right here is a little bit more to mop. That should be the end of the mopping. And that should be good. Yeah. Can't just mop those last 2 tiles right here. And then start cleaning up down here on the bottom. And you know what? To make this here a little bit more prevalent that I actually want this here done. Everything here needs to be cleaned out. Let's see, what don't we have storage for? Polluted water. We've got to find that. But Goof says almost 1 a.m., so it's time to go night-night. Keep me alive, boss. I'll try my best, Goof. I'll try my best. And if not, I mean, you will always come back as version 2, 3, 4, or, you know. You're not going to run out of numbers anytime soon here. Okay, let me increase the priority now on the right side here and get this in. I think getting more food in and getting that sorted and situated is probably the next priority. And you know what? Let's do it. We have still one dude that can't sleep properly, so maybe we should also prioritize the bedrooms. But not quite yet, the power line. That should hopefully help out quite drastically. We can start growing our Ovaro. That's always good. We can put in the Mimilet right away as well to help with that growth. That should go a lot faster this time around than it did up here on the top. And then we can introduce lumps. Let me copy the settings from here to there. Let me copy the settings from here to there. And the settings from here to there. Straight and simple. That is how we like it. Okay, so far so good. I mean, we just need to go lower. We need to get our hands on, what was it? Yeah, petroleum or biodiesel, that's right. I kind of need to remind myself about biodiesel real quick. Biodiesel comes from the, not from the blast shot maker. Oh, that's right. It needs phyto oil in the emulsifier. And phyto oil we get from the plant pulverizer and the algae, or slime. Sorry, not algae, slime. That's right. So that would be option 2 that we can pursue. And we do have at least a little bit of slime, but it's really not that much on this map. Really not that much slime. But it would be an option that we could pursue, at least for trial purposes, if nothing else. Look at this here, that has been built almost instantly. That's very nice. This is not as stable because it's open. That makes sense. That's great. I just need to copy these down exactly where the other ones are. Let's put it right there, and one more right here, and then fill up the rest, and that should be fine. Not going to use hydroponic for the wine thingy, not yet, no, because we're not ready for it. But eventually, yes, of course, we are going to put those here into hydroponics. But right now, we're just not ready for it. We don't have pump, we don't have nothing. That would be slightly premature to try to do that right now. Okay, good. Everything's ready to go. Yes, of course, the peat we are producing, or we are utilizing more that we are producing once our 3 Mimicas are alive in here. But what happened right here? Did you actually overwrite that copy? Yeah, you can overwrite the copy. I did not know that. Okay, let's make sure those are correct. And we are fine. This one here, we're going to let it grow for a little while. And then we're going to check out if we can fix this here properly with more lumber. Yeah, of course, you are drowning down here. Not surprised. You are getting it done, though. You are getting it done, though. All good. Let's also dig a little bit extra right here. Just one extra row. So the water can get down a little bit lower. And I can actually replace these 2 tiles right here with a pneumatic door. Once I can do that, the dupes don't have that long of a path anymore to walk around here. And it should make things easy. And they will run through here, picking up the morale on the way. Which is, of course, always a great thing as well. How about switching to a closed-in loop of lavatories and sink? I mean, yes, we could do that, I suppose, but it's just too much work right now, too much labor requirements. We really need to finish the essentials and get lower before we make the same mistake that we made in the beta and wasting too much time with other stuff before we're focusing on the big problem ahead. After getting wet, they're going to need that extra morale. I know, exactly. But look at this here. Now that looks a hell of a lot better. And now this here allows us to come at least down here. Not that that's necessary as of this moment, but it does allow us to go. Actually, nicer than this side here. Straight through a bunch of nonsense. Very, very good. Over here, we are picking this stuff here up, slowly but steadily. What is the volcano geyser? Vent below the cool chlorine vent? Words, have you been napping? It's a copper volcano. It's a copper volcano. We looked at that, I think in cycle 3 or so. That was at the very beginning. That we just saw it at the very edge of the black right here. Copper volcano. Inbound. This lumber right here, how old are you? 113? You know what, we're gonna relocate you now over here. I know it's too early, but it should be fine. By the time it is time and everything else, we should have the first 1 year grown, hopefully. And it should be okay in the end. At least I hope so. What are we doing here? What are we actually doing here? It's on Killjoy's number 2. So something is happening, at least a little bit. On the bright side, though, let me put that back to all. We did drop at least some of the chlorine gas down here. Mainly carbon dioxide, though. I hoped I could get rid of a little bit more chlorine gas, but no. It's fine. It was worth a try. At the bare minimum, we can get rid of the brine, and we can get rid of the brine ice. And that's really what matters at the end, that we get rid of those two things. Okay, right here. Looks like we're replacing the floor. And I believe that is the rest. Once these buildings here are probably completed, the dupes should be swarming over here and take care of this area. I heard talk of a copper volcano, but I wasn't at the computer, so I didn't see where it was. It's alright. It happens sometimes, you know. Dimitris, what are we going to do with you? Corium mining, yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon, I hope. Because if it does, we have much, much bigger problems. So probably construction once again. I think our diggers, I'd always like to have my diggers be, well, diggers, but also be good at construction simultaneously. Killjoy, like we said earlier, you're going to go straight to pyrotechnics. We are now, at least from a dupe perspective, ready to make blast shots in any way, shape, or form that we need. Mark Brocky, going straight for aesthetic design. Masterworks is next, of course. Umdalek, now that you are very good at building, you're not going to go hard digging. We are going to give you improved carrying, or better to say for you, actually, improved strength instead. You can bring your own materials, lots of them, and then you can build. Very nice. Victor Milan, of course, our mechatronics engineer, gets electrical engineering as well, gives him machinery +2. That's what we want, that's what we need. And we have Jazz, last but not least. He's already a digger. We already gave him improved construction 1. Why not help him out with improved carrying 1 as well? So he can carry more stuff. All right. I think that should be pretty good at giving out the skills for our dupes here. Our dupes are pretty well skilled. And each and every one, because it's cycle 44 and we're still only at 9 dupes, each and every one of them is valuable to us. We should actually, this time around, maybe try to keep him alive, maybe? Actually, this is just a waste of time. Let's not do that. Hi there, have you gotten the Carnivore Locavore achievements? Yes, a long, long time ago. Long, long time ago. I haven't attempted them since. Are we going to destroy the big fellas as Barris? In a perfect world, we are trying to do both. But in a perfect world, we will be ready to destroy it, but safe beforehand. And then we will try out both options. And then I will let you guys in chat, as usual, vote. Oh, you mean in the DLC? No, not in the DLC, Vanias. But then I will let you guys vote which of the two plays that we should continue, letting it impact or not. That is at least a master plan. If we can actually do that or not, we will find out. We will find out in exactly 156.5 seconds. So there is that. Polluted water storage. We still do not have a polluted water storage. I think it is time to get us a polluted water storage. And I think we are just going to build us straight on infinite storage. So we have a place where we can store this nonsense. And we don't have to worry about it ever. Preferably, at least. Again. Let's see if we can make that happen here. Let me do it differently, actually. Let me do it like this. Let me do it like that. Like this. Like that. Like this. Like that. And like this. That's what we want. And that's what we're going to have here. Very, very shortly. Indeed. Let's make that happen. All we need for this build here, of course, as usual, is in plumbing, a liquid vent. We're going to go with a liquid pipe as well. The liquid pipe is eventually just going to come out here. I just don't want to dig that deep yet, but we can actually build it. Are we due for a blueprint? Some new socks? Yeah, we can do that. Thanks, Words, for keeping me straight. We have 2 unclaimed ones, so let's grab one. And, ooh, a puzzle cube hanging pot. The real puzzle is how to keep indoor plants alive. That is actually very true. That is actually too true. Too close to the truth. I believe I already have the light. Now I have the light and the hanger. That's fancy. That is fancy. Okay, let's build this here real quick, dupes. Get it done. Very quick, dirty, infinite storage build. Do we actually have that? What do I need to research for that building? What is that thing called? Bottle and tier? Not the bottle and tier. Gotta be in liquid somewhere, so it can't be too hard to find. Liquid is further down. It should be in here somewhere. That little doodad that allows you to... There it is. The bottle drainer. That's what I was looking for. That's what we need. And that's what we're gonna put in there, of course. You know what? This is gonna look much nicer if I do it like this. Okay, so far, so good. I'm gonna have this here momentarily. This area here starts looking better and better. And we have another blueprint right here. Let's see, guys, what do we have? We have fried mushrooms, 8,400 calories worth of it. That's pretty neat. We have Higby right here with rocketry +9. He's handy, increased construction, green thumb, but increased agriculture, but he's a kitchen menace as well. And then we have Camille supplying and tidying +9 strength. She's a grease monkey, has a small bladder, and is unempathetic. Last but not least, we have Travaldo. Cooking, researching, and farming. Critter ranching, level 1, is a already acquired skill trait, but he has allergies. Those are our 4 options. And the reject all button. Let me know in chat, what should we do? Then I still owe Jason Feltzer a dupe if you guys choose a dupe. I promised him one, so he will get one. Just FYI. Okay. We're good here. Very good here. Gonna clean up ourselves here. We're gonna go immediately ahead and put in plumbing a liquid pump in there. We will need it eventually. We're also going to power and put a conductive wire in there, because once again, we will need it eventually. And then the one thing that I may have not necessarily completely considered is right here. Eventually, we will have to come out of here. I just don't know where yet. It is polluted water, so it would have to be refined. I would probably refine it right underneath it. Knowing myself, I would probably refine it right underneath it. So, let's put the outlet towards the bottom, and that should do it. And that should hopefully be fine as well. One last time here. Need to make sure I got everything. I think I did. Should be fine. Put a bridge, yeah. I was thinking if we need one. I mean, I could put a bridge right here, of course. I considered the same thing. But what do I do over here with it? Really nothing is, I believe, the answer. I don't believe I will do anything with polluted water over here. But while the dupes are building, let's take a look in here. And let's see what we have. We have one vote for Higby, one vote for Camille. Take Higby, you monster! Says cheese bread, alright, okay. Another vote for Higby, that's 3 for Higby, 2 for Camille. With Goliath, 3 for Camille. And that's it. That's 3 for Camille and 3 for Higby. And then Music Kitty over on Twitch is for the mushrooms. So Higby and Camille are currently tied. And that just changed with PT coming in for Camille. Camille is ahead with 1 vote. Do we want Camille? 1 more for Higby. From Killjoy, we are back up once again. We are at a tie. I cannot move forward with a tie. I need more votes. Higby or Camille. It is a tie right now. Another 1 for Camille from Von Rhineland. Von Rhineland coming in. And Higby from Alexander Burgers. Followed up by Cheese Bread with Camille. I'll break the tie. No, you're not. Camille once again. Travis once again. Camille is in the lead by 2 votes now. Higby coming back in over on Twitch. But Camille is still 1 vote ahead. Travaldo gets 1 vote. Well, I'm unvoting Higby. Yes, that puts Camille in ahead. Camilla's a vote with 1 vote. Niandi coming in, tying it once again. Higby and Camille tied once again. Silent Night, Higby ahead by 1 vote right now. Okay, Higby ahead, 1 vote. We're going Higby once. We're going Higby twice. Sold. Jason Feltzer, well, welcome to the game as our newest dude. Thank you all for playing. All right, let's go into the skill screen for Jason right here. You're only really good at rocketing. That's not what we're going to do with you. What are we going to do with you? What do we need? That's the biggest question right now. We can do with this dupe here whatever the hell we want. What would benefit our base right now the most? Probably a farmer. We only have 1 farmer. The truth is we need a farmer. But the truth is Killjoy can't become a farmer. Let's see what you guys think. Builder, you only have Umdalek. I only have Umdalek. Von Ryan says, sorry that I'm late. Had to visit the dock. Have fallen yesterday and the left side is quite painful. Look, luckily no bones are broken. Damn, Von Ryan, that really sucks. Sorry to hear that. Killjoy says, I'm a tent them chickens real good. Yes, you will. So what are we going to do with him? We don't need a cook. We don't need arts. We don't need research. We don't need rocket piloting. Construction is probably true. A mixture between construction and supplying is probably what we need the most right now. As soon as Killjoy here gets another skill point, we're going to go straight improve farming with Killjoy. Best would have been a hauler. Camille would have been excellent. Sour grapes. Well, that is, unfortunately, or fortunately, how a democracy works. Straight majority wins. Easy, straightforward, and fair. Okay. So far, so good. Once we have our research completed, we can put the bottle emptier in here. And we can start utilizing this here as an infinite storage. Very easily. Without too much issue. One thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to dig probably over here. Then dig this here up. So I can open this here up. Just until we have enough fluid in here to actually do that properly. Down here on the bottom, everything that we don't need, I'm going to lock. Yeah, only this one and this one here. This one here should be set on auto, and this one here should be set on open for the time being. Okay. Well, let me do this here one last time. A little bit more gets dug out. That's fine. A little bit more gets dug out. That is okay. Just let's make sure we can get it all. So the first thing has been done. A mechanical surfboard is here. Bottle filler is here. And the rocket ports are here. And then here in a second, we're going to get our bottle drainer. And we can get this here going as well. In the meantime, this here looks pretty good. It's already ready. That makes it very nice for us because that allows us, without too much pressure, to just bring this conductive wire not like that. Like this here straight through and over. And then, yeah, we do need more nickel, though. We do need more nickel. But we can, at the bare minimum, get extremely close to where we want to end up. That is, of course, the best part about this here. We can basically switch immediately over to our main power source once we turn this here on. Just need a little bit extra. Not getting the sieve unlocked. I mean, we're getting everything unlocked. It's just a question of time. I just need the bottle drainer right now. Sieve we need. This we need. I mean, like I said earlier, eventually we will need all this stuff here. I just don't need the sieve right at this very moment. Oh, my voice is giving out. Whee! That should help. I hope. Okay. Oops. What are we actually doing here? Civilization. That's right. God damn it. Okay, this here is now open on the top. Doesn't need to be anymore. We can actually lock it now. If you just get this here out, it would work. I just need to have one gas in here, not two, not three, only one. At the moment, it's chlorine gas, and that would work. That's, once again, a hell of a lot of chlorine gas that's here. Where did this... Wait, what? Where did this chlorine gas here come from? We didn't have a source. I mean, okay, there's a couple of pieces of bleachstone down here. But that cannot be the source where this bleachstone, where this chlorine gas is coming from. So much of it. Was it the dartles that were running around here? Yeah, it was the bloody dartles. That's it. All the ones that we killed earlier? Yeah. What is the O2 pressure like? O2 pressure is just fine. LG, we are still at 4,200 kilograms, and we still have plenty to dig up. Not worried about that. In plumbing, we now have the bottle drainer. I can now put that bad boy right here where it belongs, and we should be good to go. Very good. Give this here high priority. Let's build it right now. And the dupes are getting all the stuff here out. Especially the ice. I just need that ice to be dropped down there. That's really the main thing that needs to be done here. Not the ice, the brine ice specifically, please. Thank you. And then the bottle drainer right here is going to be responsible for polluted water exclusively. Now we have a storage. Nothing is red anymore. And the beauty is, now that this thing is right here, once we are going over from outhouses to our normal bathrooms, it's right there. That's exactly where we need it. Best case scenario, in the vicinity of where we will need it later, and we are already aware. So that's, of course, always good. All right. That is now set up properly, hopefully. Now explain to me where this brine here is coming from, please. I would really like to know where this brine here is right now coming from. Because we blocked everything up. It didn't melt. That is just stupid. It didn't overpressure. It didn't break my block. It didn't do none of those things. It just magically appeared. All right, we're going to work with magical appearances. But that's fine. We do still have some ice here. Okay, I see. There could have still been one that has molten because it hasn't been put into the automatic dispenser. I see. Okay, alrighty. Now it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, either way though, we made it all the way to here and we uncovered something new. Let's see what we're working with. That's a hot polluted oxygen vent. We're just going to ignore that and go straight past that. Very simple, straightforward, as always. We're also going to make this path here free. Mainly for this brine here, so I can spread out properly. And then we can go ahead and mop it. If I'm fast enough, not on 10x speed apparently. I'm not. 10x speed I can't do it, but on 1x speed you can trick the game. That's funny. Okay, so far so good. More and more research is coming in. Look at this here. All this here is now nice and clean, nice and free. Let's add this here to the list, and then we can turn on the power, literally, momentarily. Let's see. I got one of the mop commands in here. That's really all it takes. If the dupes are not being stupid, that is. Let's give them a few more mopping commands. Yeah. I had a feeling. We tried, though. The more mopping commands we can give, the easier it will be to get the brine out of here at the end. So let's try our best to get it done as many times as possible. So the dupes can pick up at least 120 kilograms every time. Worst case scenario, we just dump it over here in this radiated area without too much of an issue. Okay, going down there. Let's see. I'm just going to probably dig further over just a little bit. Eventually, we will need the space here anyway to tame this copper volcano, so this will come in handy, this area right here. We're not doing it for nothing. We're just doing it, well, prematurely, I suppose. But that's the worst of it. And that's certainly not that big a deal. Yeah, over here, we're getting better. And we do have another printing pod ready for us. So let's take a peek. We have Catalina, cooking plus 11, decreased husbandry, decreased churn resistance, but is uncultured. We have Nails with ranching, rocketry, and operating. Is a rock fan, a caregiver, and has an irritable bowel. And we have Frankie, suit wearing, researching, and operating. Super hard digging, skill level 2 is already there. Cannot do building, decreased strength, and increased air consumption rate. And then last but not least, we have a Shine Nymph. Those are our 4 options with the Rechecked All button on the bottom, as usual. I almost pressed it. My god, that was a mistake. I meant to close it, not to press it. Good grief. That almost ended badly. All right. Guys, let me know in chat what we should do. That almost ended in a disaster. Do you need labor? I mean, could I use a little bit more labor? Probably always, yes. But we are a little bit restricted currently on our bedroom situation right here. The truth is that I need to tell the dupes. This time much earlier than last time. You know, fool me once. We need a gas pump. And I'm probably going to... Yeah, this one is the one that's going all the way up here. But it's also the one going through the damn salt water. Oh, that is annoying. How can I solve this easily? We just drain the water off to the right side. Yeah, right side's better. So let's dig ourselves over here. Let's open this here up, combine these areas, get down with the salt water, and then come up out into outer space with pipes. What's the temperature up here? Doesn't get cold, so we don't actually need insulated pipes. We just need a gas pipe. And I'm going out along the fire pole. That's the word I was looking for. There we go. All this here needs to be built. Not a priority, but we do need to do it rather earlier than later. All right, let me take a look. What did you guys vote for? Music Kitty says reject all. Gala says reject. Jason says Frankie. Von Reinland says Nails. Cheeseburger says Nymph. Victor says reject. And PT says reject. So once again, reject all wins outright with a rather large majority. So should have just pressed it from the get-go, I suppose. Could have saved us some time here. Yeah, more stuff is melting. Dupes, you really need to get this here done. This here is way too much work. I'm about to say screw it. And just turn it on and call it a day. Because it is slightly frustrating watching you doing literally everything except this here. Even though I cannot increase the priority any higher. We're doing nothing else on the base with a 9 priority. Not even close. No, we're doing nothing else. Just some remnants from earlier that are still left over. We're cooking at 9. We're doing the toilets at 9. We're researching at 9. And we are filling the oxygen diffusers at 9. Yep, all that is fine. All that is supposed to be a 9. And nothing else is. Yeah, so this here should be your number 1 priority, you would think. But apparently not. Either way around, though, I can give you the fire pole, if nothing else, to speed your path up a little bit faster. Preload the peat into the storage for the burners. Yeah, the dupes are supposed to do that. It's just not happening with everything else going on. So yeah, hopefully once this here is completed, that will go a hell of a lot faster. That would be at least what I hope for, if nothing else. Let's make sure that we drop this brine level here just enough that we can mop it properly. These 3 tiles here will provide more than enough storage space for it. So we're just going to dig out this 1 tile here. It will run off. We mop the rest. And we keep on digging. It really sucks, though, that this here's not bad. That this here's right in the past. Look at that. Right in the past. A hot polluted oxygen vent. Highly annoying. Honestly, highly annoying. But what can you do, I suppose, right? Can't win them all. But this time we will have to deal with it. Even though it will slow down our dupes. Yes, Killjoy's mopping here. Perfect. 2 more dupes coming, helping. Great. Get rid of the brine here. We don't want it. It's just going to be in our way. Yeah, there we go. It's good. Also, right here, grab this bleach stone. Don't let it outgas even more. It's literally just sitting here, and nobody is even attempting to grab it. That is slightly annoying, not gonna lie. Let's make our way further down to this abyssalite right here. Maybe a couple of tiles into it. We have another cold area right here, so apparently we are still nowhere near to the oil biome. We need to go much, much deeper. So that is now the focus. Besides, of course, cleaning up this mess here. And then turning on our peeper. Yeah, they're grabbing all the stuff that's going to our infinite storage. That's why it's taking so long. And on top of that, they're being slowed down when they're walking along here. Let's replace this here with tiles. That will give him a speed buff. That should also help in the long run, of course. And let's rip out all these extra tiles here that we most definitely do not need anymore. And just hinder the gas from going downwards. And that's exactly where we want it to go, of course. We want the gases to go downwards. You have another 36 grams. Don't care about that. And on the left side right here, well, if I dig these tiles here up, it will release all the brine. So we will not do that as of right now. But we will do that soon. Do you check the guys under the brine you just mopped? This one right here? That's a hot polluted oxygen vent. Or this one right here? That's a copper volcano. Oh, this one! Yes, that's a brand new one. I love it. Good catch, Mark. Good catch. Steam vent. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. With a steam vent right here. And the copper volcano right here. I wonder if we can combine these two. They are close enough together that we should be able to cause some damage here. Okay, so far so good. We're making our way down. We're relieving it. Our algae is going down a little bit. That is, of course, not optimal. So, yes, I will bite the bullet. Put in another floor right here. Just so we are able to go 4 high across here and grab us everything that's in the vicinity, especially and including the algae. Heat burner generate polluted water, good for oxygen generation. That's very true. That is in fact very, very true. That's going to help us out at least slightly, yeah. I mean, they are working on it. That's about as much as I can ask of them. Of course, the more dupes we have, the faster it will go. But it will get done. And at the same time, it's really not the same operation over here that we are doing down here. So one is not hindering the other. That is, of course, very, very good. One thing that we always have to keep in mind, though, of course, is once again the oxygen situation as we are going lower and lower and lower. The dupes already have to go very, very far to be able to take a breath. We need to take care of that this time before it is once again too late. What is the algae to dupe ratio? We are producing 500 grams per second of oxygen. So 5 dupes per oxygen diffuser. We are currently having exactly what we need to keep 10 dupes alive. Yeah, sconce would be an option if we had any oxalite. There's not really that much on the map. There we found a tiny little bit, but there is really nothing on the map. Oxalite-wise, we are completely handicapped here, not gonna lie. We would have to create it, and that is just not in the cards for us right now. So that's not an option. We need to find a different one. And I may have already spotted something. Or maybe I'm just dead wrong because that's chlorine. Was hoping that we just find some polluted water on our way down there. That's all we need. If we can find some polluted water that can outgas, that would be enough for us. Yeah, why not right here? There is polluted water. Why don't we dig? Once we get down here, straight through here, release that oxygen, dig up the algae, and this polluted water here can just outgas. Oxalite not included. That is correct, von Rhineland. Mohammed says you're making me want to start a new save and be addicted for the week just to fail at the same point every time. Nah, you're good. How about that? You start a new save. You type exclamation point Discord into chat. You follow the link. You join. And when you get to that point, you ask for help, and we will help you and make sure that you get past that point. Deal? You really want to release the Mozzie? I want to go kill everyone. Yeah. That's fine. All good. I'm not worried about it. I tried this DLC and found out each blast shot did so little damage. Yeah, you need 100 of them. For that big meteor. 100. Mohammed says you had me at start a new save. Hell yeah, there you go. Love it. Love it. We are going to say hello to this bad boy right here. Just so we can see it and we know what we're dealing with. But other than that, we're gonna go lower. If you need polluted off-gassing, use the infinite. Well, the infinite is up here and not really that helpful right now because it's a lot of things, but it's not infinite right now. And we have several gases in there. I need to get up there again. And I need to open this door here again. Because we do want 4 tiles worth of liquid in here. And not only one. Currently have 4 different gases in here. That's not what we want at all. Only one is required. Do some pneumatic doors to keep the mosquitoes contained. Yeah, we can do that. I would have just killed them all, but it would have been. That's another option, I suppose. Let's put the door here. Give it a high priority. Give all of this here a high priority. And then once we are in here, give this here a high priority as well. Better to let them continue their life cycle. You do have a good point there. You do have a good point there. There's water? Where did the water come from? Seriously, where did the water come from? We could mop that before it reaches over there. That would be amazing. Not gonna lie. Because if it covers this here, it's not gonna off-gas. So hopefully we can mop faster than we can dig. Perfect. And then before we have another water accident, maybe we can dig down here faster before we can dig to the left. There we go. A little bit of a natural barrier for any kind of water that dropped down here for some reason. Don't even know where it came from, but it must have come from up here somewhere. Either way, though, we do have another forgotten blueprint. Let's see. We have an Ari, who is interested in cooking and researching, has an iron gut, but is a plant murderer, just like me. We have Travaldo, who is supplying and building a gourmet and also a plant murderer, just like me. We also have a Bonnie, last but not least, farming, +9, mole hands, but biohazards. And last but not least, 1,000 kilograms or 1 metric ton worth of sandstone in the end. And then, of course, we have the reject all button. Your vote counts in chat. Let me see it. I'll count it. And then that's what we're gonna do. Okay, oops. We need to make this here happen. Just for you also. I just see here we have more polluted water. I literally just have to dig over here. That does it as well. Sure, why not? Any little bit of off-gassing, every breath that we can grab somewhere is a good thing. Therefore, we are going to go for it. And look at this here. We're making our way over here. It's getting there. We're getting there. Very, very soon, all this here will be under control. And it'll be fine. Food-wise, we're up to 77k now. Yes, our mimicas are doing the Lord's work with our sweat corn right here. Beautiful. Love to see it. Down here, we are constantly cooking with our smoker. How does that look like? We have sweat corn, 59,000 kilocalories, and veggie poppers, we have 12,666. And we have also 4,800 kilocalories of lettuce. Where the hell did we get lettuce? Couldn't tell you. I didn't see any lettuce. Okay. Yeah, this is making decent progress right here, but yeah, another cold biome, and that's an FPP cold biome on top of everything else. Gotta keep that in mind too. Ay. Very, very nice. I mean, this here looks a hell of a lot better than what we did last time around, there's no question. Hope it says that way. But let's take a look here. We have one for Ari. Travaldo gets one. Travaldo gets another one. Travaldo gets another one. Bonnie gets one. Michael says hi. Hi, Michael. Thanks for joining. Another one for Trav. Another one for Bonnie. Another one for Bonnie. Another one for Bonnie. And we have Bonnie once again over there. So Bonnie has 1, 2, 3, 4 votes. Do I see 4 votes? Or am I miscounting this? No, I see 5 votes actually. 5 votes for Bonnie. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for Travaldo. Here's another vote for Bonnie from Barris. I think it's Bonnie. Pretty clear. Bonnie, but farming +9, mole hands and biohazardous is going to make the race. Who would like to join as Bonnie? Who is not in here yet? Who would like to join? Who do I see in chat? How about you, Barris? Would you like to be our second farmer, Barris? Just going to assume the answer is going to be yes. Barris? You there? Sure, am I going to die a lot? Chances are high. Chances are, in fact, very high. Okay, welcome to the game. Let's see here. We have another skill point for Words. Words gets improved farming. Words is now complete. Goof gets another one. Goof, data analysis researcher. Very nice. You're also complete now. Beautiful. And then Barris, improved farming and the hat. In priorities, Barris right here, farming and then eventually ranching as well. We're going to do that right away, though, just so we have it. And Jason right here. Jason, I didn't give you shit, did I? What are you, Jason? I forgot. You are building. You are building, Jason. That means building right here, probably supplying, storing, and tidying will come later. We're just going to give you the double right here. And the rest should be fine. Rocketry, doesn't matter. Let me make sure that all the priorities are fine. And it looks like it was only Jason that I forgot. If it's only Jason, it's all right. Paris, to the new schedule. Jason, you can stay. Let's go. Very nice. Von Reinland says you are now a resource in the colony and you won't die. Just get reprinted sometimes. That's right. And Paris is correct. He says, I can use some likes, guys. Only 65. That is true. We only have 65 likes, but we do have currently 170 viewers. Can we get that ratio up? You know it, guys. It would help me out greatly. It doesn't cost anything. And it only takes 1 second to do. Down here in the bottom, we don't need to sweep. What am I doing? Or am I just going to crash through this cold area? Probably. I mean, honestly, probably. And as a matter of fact, I think I'm going to go one step further and opening this here up as well. And then once again, same as down here, we put in the pneumatic door. We're only after the off-gassing polluted oxygen here. So that should be fine. And Bear is immediately in the game and suffocating. That may be a hell of a lot faster with your death here, Barris, than you thought. Son of a bitch. And 50 gifted memberships from Barris. Barris, you're such a freaking beast. With his last breath here, he just clicked the button for 50 gifted memberships. Barris, thank you so much. Truly, truly appreciate that. I really need to try to keep you alive this time around, don't I? That's probably not going to end well. Realistically, it's not going to end well. The Whisper Joe says, I got you with the like. It's the least I can do for all the help your videos have given me. That's awesome, Joe. Thank you very much for that. And all of the gifted memberships are still coming in from Barris. This is absolutely insane. Barris, you absolute madman. Absolute madman. Maybe put a security door in to keep the newbie dupes out of the power area. That's probably the best call I've heard today. I like it. That's precisely what we're going to do. And for right now, we are just going to plow in here like it's nobody's business into this cold area. It's gonna end in a disaster. We need to get rid of all this ice here and whatnot. That has to happen. And it will happen. Not that big a deal, but yeah. It's something to keep in mind. I'm going to put in some extra storage facilities or storage bins here, where we can store our ice and then eventually melt it. Yeah, that's probably not the worst idea I've ever had. But look at this here. This here is looking exactly the way it's supposed to look like. Beautiful. The entirety of this length here can now be dug out. One extra tile. So we can once again improve the exchange of gases just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's why I always make mine 4 wide from the get-go. Of course, later on we can put in, you know, damn it, words are so hard today. I don't know why. Transit tubes, that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, 4 wide is the standard for me at all times. In case you're wondering. Here we have only 1 lum. Why are you glum? Because you're starving. That will make me glum too, probably. Understandable. Legitimate complaint. A legitimate complaint. Also, you are starving. I guess we will have to take another look at these ratios right here. How much they actually need and eat and whatnot. Because, yeah. Obviously, they can't eat what's up here. That makes sense. So I guess I can enable the ones that grow up here on the side. I can enable the harvest for the dupes for these here, because they are not reachable otherwise by our lumps. That'll work. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I see the bleachstone off-gassing. I see it. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know. Dupes are basically trying to pick up everything else except that, I suppose. Let me redo this entire area here. Maybe then they are feeling like doing this bleachstone here as well. Come on, dupes. Mainly the ice is what I want to get out here. I really don't care about everything else. Actually, hold on 1 second. I should be able to do this one better. I completely forgot. I got a new mod that I haven't used yet. Because I have set it, or I got the mod sweep by type. And I actually haven't tested it yet. So let's set this here to brine ice in the number 9 priority. And let's get that out first. And nothing else. And then do I have one for liquid? Yes. Can I set it to brine and do the same thing again? Yes, I can. And instead of cleaning up everything, I should have thought that probably 15 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago. But I just installed it yesterday, so I kind of forgot that it exists. That I have it. Not gonna lie here. Yeah, that makes our life a hell of a lot easier and allows us to turn on our pea burners immediately because we only care about the brine ice. We don't care about all the other shit that's laying around. That has all the time in the world. We just need to get rid of this ice. Oh, man. Should have thought of that. Should have thought of that. Come on. Last thing here. And then we can mop one last time. Because that should be then, per definition, the end of it. Don't need to mop that. And then once again, brine needs to be cleaned up. Yes, just like that. Much, much better. And now I feel confident in turning on our power supply here. So let's see, in F2 we have it all connected. The only thing that's missing is an automation. And that should be this wire right here, is my understanding. So let's see. Now I need to set this one here up to, let's say 90. And let's say 10 standard values. And now all of our pea burners are running. Very, very nice. That's great. A little bit of it is going to drop down here. There was already some, so I'm not worried. Yes, the Rex is going to drown. It's fine. What matters most is just to get the brine out. Once the rest of the brine is gone, we can close this here off. We don't need that hole anymore. We're going to accumulate all of our polluted water down here. And eventually we will pump it just over there. Of course. What else would we do? And I think the way that I want to accumulate it, I can already start that. I'm just going to put it right here. The liquid pump. Smack that into this abyssalite right here. And that's where we're going to accumulate our polluted water. And then pump it over. Straightforward, simple, fast. But just as we like it. There's more brine here, guys. Come on. The last bottle. You should be able to do that. Then last but not least, once again, in liquefiable, once I find it. Why would it not be in alphabetical order? I don't know. But no more brine ices here. It's all good. It's all good. No issues, no worries. Now I gotta set it back to all standards. And I just give it a 5 priority to get the rest out here eventually as well. Okay, sweet by type. Works. I like it. Should have probably gotten that much earlier. Not gonna lie about it. Thought about it many times, but never actually pulled the trigger on it. And I should have. Let's deconstruct this here and turn everything off. Especially the brine ice, so the dupes are not bringing it from somewhere else on the map now because they're bored. That's the last thing we want. But yeah, right down here in the bottom, the carbon dioxide level is rising quite drastically. Let's open this here up, this oxygen hole. The outgassing here is working the way we want it to. Yes, we have plenty of polluted oxygen in here. That's great. We're suffocating. Jason. Yeah, that is just not optimal. We may have to put that door in that I don't actually have space for. I just realized that's a problem. Built this here too close together. Maybe one rock crusher will do. Maybe two are a little overkill. Let's set this here back to 99 for now. And rip the other one out. So we can make sure that we can put in a door. And the dupes go only in there. Or only the dupes that we want to go in there. At the end of the day. Okay. But power supply is good. Once we get more nickel in, we can build more power wire. That is what we need. And that's going to be really, really helpful here. Let's see. Can I already replace these here, maybe? Yeah, sure. Why not? That works. We do have a little bit of lead laying around somewhere. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with making a little bit of the wire here out of lead. Let's just go straight. Yeah, let's go through here. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that actually needs power is this. And this. And then a little bit up here on the top. But all the other stuff here, all the batteries and everything else, we're going to rip out here momentarily. Golly. Deeper and deeper and deeper. And there's still no end in sight. So we're going to try our best to just keep on going and see what happens. Okay, that has been done now, so that's great. What I want to do is, if we have it unlocked, is the airlock door. I need 400 kilograms worth of refined metal. Because if we have an airlock door in here, we can also keep the gases in here contained. And we don't have to worry about that for the rest of our base here. That would be helpful as well. And it would also allow us to prevent our dupes from going in there, of course. Okay. This is going pretty well so far. Surprisingly well, even. We just need more nickel. Yes, Jason. You're not learning it, I know. You are not learning it. But eventually we will keep you out of there. Once we have the 400 kilograms. Let me actually throw that on the screen so we can monitor that in real time, what we are working with here. 60 kgs, yeah, that's not a lot. They're not a dardle. How in the world is there not a dardle? Go die, dardle. Okay, good. And we're still, yep, making our way downwards. Uncovering more oxygen. Oh yeah, down here I'm not too worried about it. I mean, this here looks pretty decent right now. There's plenty of oxygen, there's plenty of polluted oxygen on our path downwards. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. We gotta look at this here in just 1 second. Oh, you know what, let's do it now. We have a Max with researching +9. He's an early bird, has an iron gut, is an interior decorator and the kitchen menace. That's Max. We have Stinky. He's very good at decorating, likes rocketry, and likes to build things. is an early bird, a kitchen menace, Buddy is Ludak. We also have a Seacom seed, of which we have currently 0, but we can get us 1. And we have a Mega Frond Spore, of which we have also currently 0, but we can get us 1. Those are the 4 available options, plus the reject all button on the bottom. Let me know what we should do. And that is, of course, going to happen. Okay. So far, so good. Decom seed helps with biodiesel? Really? I have not even looked into those. I don't even know how they work, but we can probably figure it out if we just put our mind to it. This here is still the power wires. I still want to put in this here first, preferably. Only thing is the airlock door is too high, and it cannot work with a heavy watt wire. So I am going to come. Yeah, how am I going to do this actually? That is a good question. I would need to build it here and build a heavy watt joint plate here. That'll do it. That'll block it off. Just connect this here up. It's going to be 3 wide. Yep. Which means with the heavy watt wire, I can theoretically just, you know what, let's do this here. That'll do it. And that will make us ready for our airlock door. Okay. While that is happening, let's check this here out. Also see we're not doing research. That's not going to fly. What do we have? One vote for Seacom on Twitch. One vote for Stinky. Another one for Seacom. Seacom. We need to start on biodiesel. Seacom is all of it. So let me take a look in here. See. Boom. There we go. Photosynthesizers, sprouts on the ceiling, liquid felt caves, yada yada, all the good stuff. Consumes polluted dirt. Their leaves can be processed to extract future oil. We saw that earlier. Life cycle of 5 cycles. Temperature -10 to 85. It needs an atmosphere of water. It can grow inside water. Or it only grows inside water. Water, polluted water, salt water, brine. And it needs 10 kilograms of polluted dirt per cycle. I see. So it basically grows underwater. Okay. And it grows upside down. Apparently those are 2 things we need to keep in mind here. Should be doable. Inverted and covered with water. Yep. That's what I read here too. Okay. So far, so good overall. Not too much to complain about here. Yeah. Now the rock rush is rock rushing. But gotta love to see it. Now we can build it. Kind of. Not really. What we do need, unfortunately, though, is a little bit of extra refined metal. Because the only way to build it is to connect it first to power. So we need to come with a conductive wire across here, along here, and it needs to end up here. So let me fix this here up. Don't want to do this, don't want to do that. This is what it should look like. That's fine. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it'll work. And then last but not least, the conductive wire bridge needs to come here. That's what needs to happen here, guys. And once that is done, then we can actually block the access here for the dupes that we do not want to enter. Maybe not 10x speed. Yeah, that's more than sufficient. Okay, very good. Let's once again help with the exchange of gases here on our way down by digging out the extra tiles to help us out with the oxygen supply. So far it's looking good. Really good indeed. Okay. Power wire is here. Everything's done. Now we need a little bit more refined metal again. Damn it. How much should we have? I don't know. 260 kgs. Barris is on the job. And just knocking it out step by step, slowly but steadily, getting it done. In the meantime, this pump right here, we can literally just hook it up to this heavy watt wire right here. Not gonna harm anything, so might as well. And you know what? One thing that I kind of forgot is and that's actually fine. Right here, we're going to put in a tiny little bit of automation, just a tiny little bit, literally. And that's going to be a hydro sensor, not an automation wire. So this thing here doesn't run constantly. Okay, so far so good. Heavy watt wires coming in. Pump's going to be ready to go. Last but not least, for this here to work, of course, once we are ready for it, is some type of pipe that will just run as simple as possible. Straight into there. Done and done. Now we just need those 400 kilograms once again. Still running on 10x speed right now, just so we can get it done. There we go. Now we can put it in. That's where it belongs. And then we can block the dupes that we don't want to go in there from, well, going in there. The Strauds says, hey, what's up? What's up, Strauds? Thanks for joining over on Twitch. Really appreciate it. How are you doing today? Okay, so far so good. Let's research. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to check off basically everything else. I mean, what we need priority-wise, we have now, so that's good. Now we're just going to go after literally everything else. So we have everything that only requires those 2 pieces of research. Once we have everything, we're going to go move on. That basically removes 1 dupe from our workforce indefinitely, but that is okay. Can you close the infinite storage yet, or is it still mixed gases? Let's see. It's still mixed gases. It's still 3 of them in here. I have to get it up to the extra level right here. Like, I need to pump enough in here to cover the floor. That should happen. Some Todd guys here says, Todd says, good morning. Good morning, Todd. The Whispered Joe is following on Twitch. Thank you very much for that. Truly appreciate that. And Strauss says, I have a question. I have like 1 hour in the game. I like a lot, but I have a problem with the oxygen. I'm looking to make the infinite oxygen with the water. Infinite oxygen with the water? What you're talking about is most likely the electrolyzer. Once you have a stable water source, you can build an electrolyzer. Looks like this here, and the electrolyzer is a pretty simple building. It takes 1 kilogram or 1,000 grams of water per second, and it outputs 888 grams of oxygen and 112 grams of hydrogen. Now you just need to separate those 2, and you can use them for whatever you need. If that is what you're asking for. I'm not entirely sure exactly what the question is, but that's the way to do it. Let me continue with this insanity right here. That's obsidian. That's mercury. I need... My goodness. This mercury is going to be the death of us if I'm not careful. Some Twitch username also follows, and Straw's also following. Thank you very much for all the follows over on Twitch, guys. Truly, truly appreciate that. To see the support coming in from all of you. And yes, this is what I... Yeah, fuck. That's what I try to avoid. God damn it. I was just thinking I need an infinite storage for mercury so I can keep that stuff. But nope. Nope. Not lucky enough. Yeah, I need to deal with this stuff here. It's just going to be in our way, basically indefinitely, if I don't pour it into some kind of containment facility. And it looks like I already found one. Looks like it's already full of mercury. Might as well fill it up with more at this point. Because what does it matter? So let's dig over here to the right, and then let's go down, ladder-wise. That's going to be a little bit of a detour for us, of course. But what can you do? And you know what, as a matter of fact, this is going to get worse before it gets better, isn't it? It's going to get much worse before it's going to get better. So let me come down here and let me dig over here instead. Cancel the nonsense up here on the top. We don't need it. We're just going to take all the stuff here and just pump it all straight down here. Let's go. That is very true, von Rhineland. Thank you very much for the reminder. In the Discord, there is a tutorial written by our very own von Rhineland about the Rodriguez. There's a full-blown tutorial. There are several, actually many full-blown tutorials written by von Rhineland on our internal, not internal, on our Discord servers, oxygen not included form. So yeah, it is definitely a good resource. If you're new to the game and you're interested in something like that, feel free to join the Discord. It's free today, and it's going to be free forever. There is absolutely no question about that. And just join, take the information, ask questions, and have a good time. Okay, let's dig this nonsense here up. Yeah, we have to go actually haywire on this here. We have to dig all of this here up. This is crazy. All this here is going to melt, and it's going to destroy everything we do below if we don't take care of it right now. And we do have to take care of it right now. Iron Vein says, you do know that if you're playing Prehistoric, then there's a giant asteroid on its way, right? Oh, you mean this bad boy? Ah, it's alright. Not too worried about it. I know, Iron Vein. Mixed gases is fine in the infinite storage. It might have 2 tiles of gases, but still works. I know, but I hate how it looks. Obviously, it's infinite per definition, so it doesn't matter if there is 1 tile, 2 tiles, 4 tiles, an infinite amount of tiles. The amount of potential liquid in there is always the same, but it just looks like ass. Let me be very honest here. But for right now, we don't have the automation yet. Now we have it. We're just going to leave this pump here on. All we need to do is cover the bottom. Then it will look nice with all 4 tiles here being filled and 1 gas on the top. It doesn't take any work to do this, so just every once in a while, when we are scrolling past it, I have to monitor it. All we've got to do. So much bloody liquid mercury. It's just not it. That's just not it. I hate this stuff. Okay, we're getting more nickel in. That's great. We are, yes, over here. That's right. That's another thing we wanted to do. Trying to take care of our gases and make our way to space to get to this area right here. So let's just say... Yeah, let's just say we're gonna dig over here. Dig this here up. Yeah, let's dig this here up first. Once it's dug up, we are just going to open this here up, make this here a little bit bigger, dump all this nonsense down here, and go straight up to space. That's the plan. Yeah. At least in its liquid state, you're not accidentally building with it. That is very true. That is very, very true. Why am I oxygen-wise down here? Not that great, am I? But I could be. Right. I was like, maybe if I can get Jess stuck over here, I can do all of this here at once. Just by giving him this oxygen here. But nope. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So let's do it the old-fashioned way. Let's dig all this here up. And let's just make our way downwards. And let's make sure we get rid of this nonsense right here. There's more coming. My god, there's so much more coming. We need to dig deeper, faster. Much, much faster. And who do we have here? That was Oak Herder. Thank you very much for the follow from you as well. Thank you. Okay, we're pumping it over. Soon we can turn this here off. Just a waste of energy right now. How much nickel do we have by now? 815. Well, that should be plenty. That should be plenty. So let's change all of this here over. Let's see. We need... Don't need this, don't need that, don't need this, don't need that. Here we're just going to come up... Yeah, we're just going to follow this here. Rip out this, rip out all of this, rip out all of that. Don't need none of this. We are going to come down here. We're not going to come all the way down, though. We're going to put new ones on there. And we're going to replace this wire. That's what that should look like once it's done. Okay, dupes. We should do this a little bit faster, though. Yeah, it's a lot of wiring, I know. Let's just do this side right here. and this right here. There we go. Let me see here. Angry crab there. That's right. I haven't loaded up a PP game yet. Are the yellow highlighted tiles where the asteroid will hit? Yes. So this here, you can toggle that on and off. Looks like this. I really love the animation when it goes away. I really would like it if it would also come out like that. But it doesn't, which is sad. So if anyone Clay can hear me, that needs fixing. But yes, this here is the impact area of our meteor. That's what we are looking at. So this is not a spaced out map, is it? No. No, it's not. I'm playing a spaced out map and there isn't a blast shot PR on my map. No, this is not the spaced out map. This is the classic version of it. There's nothing on it on the spaced out map? That's interesting. Yeah, that's a missed animation. That's definitely a missed animation. There's no way that that's intentional, yeah. Let me dig over here. Get rid of the rest of it. And then let's make our way over here to the right as well. We get down there, dump it right here, out of our way. Probably we will have to find another solution for it later on as we make our way past here, but for right now at least, get it out of the way. So our dupes don't drown in freaking mercury. Although once again, quick reminder guys, we're currently at 172 concurrent viewers on YouTube, but only at 90 likes. If you haven't liked the stream yet, maybe consider doing so. Doesn't cost anything, helps me out greatly, and I would truly appreciate it. Thank you guys. And while you guys like, I'm gonna check this here out. It looks like everything's fine. Of course, the storage bins are being filled up. We're still putting polluted water in here. It's gonna take some time. We're not consuming anything right now, so yeah. The consumption rate is just not high enough yet to actually fill this here up in any way, shape, or form, realistically. Down here on the bottom, I wanted to set these here to ice. That's right. We're going to set them to ice. We're going to set them to a high priority. Maybe not a 9, but maybe a 7. A 7 should do. We're not going to send it to 20,000 kilograms, but maybe 4,000, 4 tons a pop to keep it a little bit more manageable. So yeah. Here, did you set up the automation on the hydro sensor? It looks like the pump is working constantly. Yes. Right at the moment, I just want to fill this here up at the bottom. I'm just going to have the pump working constantly for right this moment. Until we can get enough fluid in here to close this here off. Yeah. So more than one in here. I want it to be looking nice. Especially since I have it in the middle of the base. It's going to be on basically every thumbnail I'm making. You got to see it from the YouTuber's perspective as well here. We have another blueprint available. Let's see what we have. We have 4 metric tons worth of ice. Available here, we have 25.3. We have 3 tons worth of sand. Currently, we have 14.9. Then we have an ADA with building plus 10. Is a night owl, a caregiver, and undigging, decreased excavation. And Carrie Ann Lindsay, thank you very much for the sub on YouTube. Truly, truly appreciate that. But last but not least, we also have an Ellie right here with farming, supplying, and cooking. Skilled in hard digging, has a green thumb, is unconstructive, cannot do building at all, is what that means, and has an irritable bowel. Those are the 4 options we have available, plus a reject all button on the very bottom. If any one of those options is for you, let me know in chat, and that is what we are going to do. Alrighty, so far so good. Yeah, or maybe not. Can't get down there. Obviously not. Let's see if we can fix that. There we go. On the bright side, though, the oxygen does start already. Well, right here still a little bit, but that is not going to last. That's going to off-gas. Right here is where we have our oxygen, our polluted oxygen to keep our dupes alive. It's not that far away yet, but I don't know how much freaking deeper we have to go here. This is crazy. Okay, here we are getting hot. Is that only the fossil? No, there's some crude oil here. So, okay, so we are getting there. I think this is the last biome before the crude oil biome, beneath it. That is, of course, our goal. That's where we want to end up. Okay. let me check out what you guys have to say. Oh, Curtis says Ellie is my spirit animal. yeah, right. We have 1, 2 votes for sand. 1 digs, can't build. 1 builds, can't dig. That's right. We have 2 votes for sand, 1 vote for ice, another vote for sand, another vote for ice. Sand is going to win, especially now with PT, with now 3 votes ahead. It was 2, now it's 3. We're gonna get us 3 tons, of course, of sand, and we're gonna check out the skill overview as well. With Dimitri's right here getting improved construction 2, maybe? Your morale is not that hot because you're constantly all the way down on the bottom, aren't you? Yeah, gotta wait with you a little bit. But Jason right here, we already gave you improved construction. We're gonna give you improved carrying right now, and we're just gonna go up and down, back and forth in that manner. We have Killjoy here. Killjoy improved farming right away. Mark Brocky, Masterworks, beautiful. So we can start now decorating as well, if we so desire. We now at least have the ability, if nothing else. Music Kitty, gonna be a mechatronics engineer. Already got the improved carrying. You know what? We're gonna do it. Umdalek, our builder, gets plumbing, of course. Victor Milan already is a mechatronics engineer, but at the same time, got there by already having it. Improved carrying, we're gonna give it to you anyway. It will come in handy for your building. And the same is probably true for Jez right here. Jez, improved construction 2, is right down your alley. And Demetrius, you're fine. You'll survive it. Stop complaining. Okay, so far so good. Let's get rid of all those exclamation marks. And let's see if we can get last few pieces here dug up. Let's see. Can we make this happen here? Yes. Now just gotta not let him die, preferably. That was not what I wanted you to do, sir. In any way, shape, or form. But on the bright side, if nothing else, 1 piece of ladder allows us to grab the last 3 pieces of mercury, melt them the moment it hits the liquid, and then have it flow off over here on the right. How did you get in here? Oh, poor old spigot seal. That's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. I'm wondering, why did it melt so fast, though? What is the melting point of mercury? Don't remember the number. Negative 38.8. So if we dig this here... Oh, the debris. The debris that we are bringing with us all the way down here. The moment we dug up the first mercury tile, it hit the debris. It sucked up the heat. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened here, 100%. Oh, Jason, you're not going to make it, are you? I really don't think you are. Or maybe barely right there. Apparently 1 piece of oxygen made it around the corner, and that's what they're sucking up right now. This just sucks. This really, really sucks here. Not gonna lie about it. Because down here we do not have another oxygen source, and we do not have enough oxalite. Still not. Actually, I did lie a little bit. Look at this here. We do have 1 more oxygen source right here, and it's polluted water. I think I'm just gonna dig over here real quick. Maybe through here. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, there we go. That should hopefully give us a little bit of extra polluted oxygen, and hopefully that happens before the dupes are dying down here a horrible death. I just wish we had more oxalite excess. I mean, we can build a sconce, but I can't imagine that we have enough. I can't imagine that we have enough laying around that it will make a noticeable or reasonable impact here. I think this here is going to make the most immediate impact. And this here is going to make a more long-lasting impact. Yeah, there we go. All that stuck stuff here can now come out, and the dupes can get it. That should hopefully work. And then right here, once we're in there, all the off-gassing from this polluted water here should have roughly the same effect, I hope. Oh yeah, look at this here. We have this mercury right here. Not good. Let's see if I can manually relocate it before it melts, preferably. That would be beautiful if we could do that. Okay, I mean, we're making progress here. We are getting down, and that's good. Yeah. Let me think for 1 second. Yeah, everything's fine. Okay, just was thinking about, yeah. The gases here are not our actual issue yet. No, they're really not. They will be, or they will be now, because I just realized we have again a dupe that doesn't have a bedroom. So we need to make it to space, and we need to make it to space ASAP. The only way to do that is with what we have discussed before. Basically, taking this area here, opening it up, and filling it up with this polluted, or not polluted, with this salt water right here. So that is the plan. That's what we are going to do. And we will see if that works out for us. All we need is a handful of ladders. Plop it down. And then bring it down right here. Ah, look at that. We currently have a meteor shower impacting us. It looks like we are getting some copper ore up here. Very nice. Gonna grab that stuff once we make it up there. No problem. I use liquid mercury in place of metal tiles for heat exchange for metal pipes to stuff on rails. That makes sense. Once we are, we could actually test that out live on stream. Once we are taming this copper volcano right here, the metal tiles on the bottom, we can just replace them with liquid mercury and see what that does for us. Because why not? There is nothing that prevents us from trying that. Okay, a little bit of mercury got in here, which is thankfully fine and it doesn't matter. And once again, we are going to do the same thing. We're going to put a door here. We don't have the problem with our dupes, or better to say, with those little nits here getting out. Okay, a little bit more oxygen is going to leave from this direction right now. Very good. We are dropping the mercury down here in this hole as we wanted. Also releasing, once again, oxygen. Is the meteor a game ender? No, it's not a game ender. But it will... We don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure some of you guys have probably watched some videos and whatnot from other people that have done that and rushed towards this here. But I haven't watched any of those videos. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm assuming it's going to cause a bunch of damage and an insane amount of heat. So yeah. We will see what happens once we cross that bridge. And there's a bunch more mercury here. Looks like it's not actually melting yet. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to plop in an automatic dispenser right here. And I'm going to set it to instantly mercury. Everything that's mercury, wherever we find it, grab it and throw it down that freaking hole here so it's out of our way. As fast as we can. I think that's the best course of action here. I think that makes the most sense. We say mercury. Yep, number 9 priority. You see it, you slap it in there. That's what we want you to do. That's right. Also, just for completeness sake, let me put a ladder right there and dig this nonsense here up. Not a ladder here. Should do it. Would be cool if it changed the state of the base. How many cycles to go? We are down to 139.2 cycles. And right at the moment, as long as we still have algae, that is, our number 1 focus will be on that meteor. We have everything else right now to keep us sustained. We are okay. In an absolute worst case scenario, if I notice that once our 5.5 tons of algae run out, and our algae right here, we have to tap into that. That's when we need to start to focus on the oxygen momentarily. But until that time comes, we're going to go low. We are going to go low. Here's our sconce. I just plopped it in here. If we have some abyssalite. Some oxalite, not abyssalite. Abyssalite's probably not going to help us. But some oxalite laying around, we're going to slap it into the sconce and see what it does. And then stations. Yes, we got the virtual planetarium. More research is being conducted, of course. Plenty more research. Didn't even need that one. Perfect. We need this one right here. Plop it all down. Plop it into the automatic dispenser. And we should be good. And maybe this one here is not that big of a problem anymore. How much do we have in here now? 295 kilograms? Yeah, there's still plenty to go. We do now have our storage bins down here. We are getting the ice from everywhere where we dig it up, wherever it is. We are grabbing it and we are putting it into those storage bins right here. And our water temperature is at 35 degrees, which means it should melt it. That is, of course, great. This here can be moved to right. This here can be set to 9. And yeah, that should be basically most of what we need here. For right this second. Another problem is this here. Yeah, let me think about this here for just a second. Because our volcano tamer, I'm just going to use the blueprint for it right now and plop it in here. Just so we can see the size of it. It's going to go straight through where our ladder is. And it's going to be the end of it. But it's going to suck a little bit because it's going to shift everything. Yeah. That is going to be a slight issue. That is highly unfortunate, but what can you do, I suppose? With our ladder, we're gonna come just straight down. Not that far, probably. And then right here, we have to do something that looks probably stupid and insane. And move it over by 1. Before we can then go back to our original pathing. Yeah, this here is what that should look like eventually. 4 high, let's come just all the way through here. But then let's not forget to leave this one tile here intact. That would be good. Also, there's a conveyor bridge in here. We apparently do not have the resources for, so let's cancel it. Same is true here for the conductive wire. All I want you to really build is the insulated tiles, and that's it. I thought we were going to try to merge the copper volcano and steam vent tamer. That is very true. We are still going to try to do that. But this area here, like the inside of our copper volcano tamer is still not going to change. The cooling of it will. At least that's what I have in my mind. To combine the cooling of the two. That is also future music. I'm just opening it up for right this second so we have it available. And so we can come down here with our ladder. But for the time being, yeah, it's going to be an issue. Another issue that I just realized that we might have is the steam turbine. Steam turbine is 3 high, isn't it? Right? So let me think about this here. So right here. This here is 10 tiles wide, as it should be. 40 high, plus a roof right here, plus 3 tiles. That is going to work out just like it is made for it. That's crazy. Yeah, like that area right there. Oh, we do have some oxylite. Look at that. That area right there is literally made for my volcano tamer. That's crazy. Why not let the pole go straight and swap the ladder to the other side going past? That's actually a great idea. I love it. You're 100% correct. That is, by far, the better mousetrap. Of course, we're going to implement it as suggested. Sometimes you can't see the forest from all the trees, right? Okay, though. Looking good. Oh, and it's currently dormant. That is so unfair. We just don't have the means to tame it right now in any way, shape, or form. We don't have steel. We don't have shit all. Haven't even found any fossil yet, so we are in no shape to tame anything as of this moment. So yeah. Another thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bottle emptier on the other side right here. Just so when we mop up some mercury right here, we can plop it down here as well. Just so this nonsense here is just out of our way. Just don't want to deal with this stuff in any way, shape, or form, if at all possible. and possible, we'll make it. Don't forget to dig 2 tiles above the top of the ladder. Good call. Once again, good call. As a matter of fact, shouldn't be 2 tiles, should be all the tiles. And it should be going to exactly right there. There we go. That allows us, with our pipe, to come through. Because that is really the reason for this entire exercise. To bring this pipe here as low as we can. And then bring it out to space. Okay, we drained the first piece of salt water right here. Very good. Let's open this here up. Let's get some more. And let's also have some dupes come down here. And let's open this here up. 4 high, all the way into the abyssalite right here. That's fine. Let's open it up 4 high, all the way into the other direction as well. And you know what? Screw it. To make our life easier, you're just going to come all the way down here with this ladder. You're just going to keep true to how we have been doing it all along. Kind of just like this. Okay, dupes. Plenty to do. And I really need to turn this off while I'm working here because it's giving me eye cancer. I don't know. This whole orange overlay here. If you have to work inside of it. Can't recommend it. Can't recommend it. But other than that, looks good. This we can't do, but this we can. Alright, dupes. Let's make it happen. On the top, on the bottom, all around. We don't have any mercury. Because we haven't mopped anything yet. Let's mop some. So we have some. So we know what it looks like. And then we can turn this here on. And put it in there. Right away. Very good. That's what we want. That's what we need. And then we can go lower. And at the same time, go higher. Okay, one more time for today. We can get us another dupe. Or some choya seeds. 3 of them, to be precise. On the left, you have Ashcan. He is ranching, cooking, and supplying with a green thumb, and he's unempathetic. We have Amari. With ranching +7, green thumb, increased agriculture. The super hard digging skill, level 2 is unlocked. Cannot do cooking, and has decreased strength. And last but not least, we have Nails with farming. He is innately stylish, has an iron gut, and is biohazardous. Those are our 4 options, plus the reject all button on the very bottom. Let me know in chat what should we do, and that is of course exactly what we are going to do as well. I'll check it in a minute or two, as usual, and then we make our choice. Alright. Very, very good. Very, very nice. Not really too much to complain about so far. I mean, this run so far is going pretty decent. We're making our progress downwards. We just have a little bit further to go. We need to find us a little bit more of our wonderful, wonderful oil. Or, most likely, we saw it in the beta. We will see if it's here the same. We actually didn't find any oil down there. So, we will see how that goes. Mop a little bit more, and now let's set this here instantly to mercury with a 9 priority. You see mercury anywhere in a liquid state. You put it in there. Plop it down there. Leave it alone. That's how we're gonna do this. Okay, right here. All the stuff here is now nicely cooled down. Still not cool enough though, probably. Let's test the theory. And let's only come down to a depth of roughly this here. There's more mercury. And let's see if it will melt or if it will freeze. I really hope it freezes, but probably not going to be that lucky with that much debris that we brought down here. And let's check it out. We have about 4 nails. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 votes for nails. 1 vote for Asken. And over on Twitch, we have 2 votes for nails and 1 for Joya. So, nails, it is. Who would like to join our test wheel here? I mean, our base here. If you are a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch and you're not in the game yet, let me know in chat and we will push you in. First come, first serve. Do we have anyone? Gaulis, I see you. And it will be you if we don't have a single member or a subscriber who wants them. Who wants nails? I will give you guys another few seconds. or Gaulis is gonna be in. Okay. That's true, you did sub on Twitch. My mistake. You are just talking on YouTube. Yeah, you're right. You are right. My mistake. Golith, 100%. It was a lot today. It may be Barris's fault, potentially. So I apologize that I missed it. Let me just write it correctly. That will help. And Golith, thank you very much once again, and welcome to the game. Another farmer, definitely can't hurt. Wonderful. Goof. What are we gonna do with you? Are we gonna do anything with you? I don't know if we should do anything with you. Nah, I don't think so. Barris, on the other hand, definitely gonna do something with you. 2 more farmers. That's plenty of farming capability that we have now. Shouldn't be a problem anymore to get around it. So labor-wise, we should be pretty decent right now. We have 12 dupes. We have 12 beds. What we do not have is 12 mess tables, so we need to fix that. But generally speaking, it's looking decent right now. I mean, we are making really good progress. I feel a hell of a lot better about this than I did during our beta trial phase here. We do know a couple more things about how the game works now. We know what's coming towards us. We just don't know yet what's going to happen. What did I do this time? You gifted 50 subs on YouTube, which made it impossible for me to remember who actually subbed today. That's what she did. I know, it is complaining on a really high level here. And thank you very much for the follow, Spar. Truly appreciate it. Good grief. Twitch is going off today. We are up to 587 followers on Twitch. You guys are absolutely incredible over there. Absolutely incredible today. It's Goliath. Hooked on Phoenix spelling. Like David and Goliath. Okay, that makes it a hell of a lot easier then. Bear says, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sure you are. Oh, man. Okay, we got another one. I want to see if we have... No, we haven't. Damn it. We still have not made it all the way down in our research. We still have to use the flower pot. I really wanted to test out what the puzzle cube one looks like. But we will check that out 100% once we are in a position where we have it unlocked. I will give the command to clean all this here up, and I will give the command to clean all this here up. Not on a high priority or anything crazy like that, just when the dupes have nothing else to do. Grab all this nonsense and get it out of here, and get our decor value up just a little bit. That would be nice. That would definitely help us out drastically. Our stress is only at 5%. But it would be nice if it would also stay there and not get too much higher. We're at 400 kgs now. Still more than one gas in here. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. I'm going to lock the top. Lock the top. Lock the top. Open the bottom. Open the bottom. And open the bottom as we usually do. Let's see if we made some nickel in the meantime. Oh, we made plenty of nickel. Let's put all this good stuff here in. And then let's take a look. Over here's our oven area. So we're just going to go ahead and make sure that that is all properly connected and in. Yeah, it's usable. That would be great. Because currently it's not. What do you guys think will be a god tier Terra seed? Sure, there are lots of them. Lots of god tier seeds because there are just so many different seeds. But yes, we're still slowly but steadily cleaning this here up. It's of course so far away from the base, and everything else basically is more important. Therefore, it's not going to happen anytime soon, especially now that we are in the base here at the same priority level. Nothing has changed. Everything's a 5, and whatever is closer to our automatic dispensers, they're going to do first. So the bedrooms here should look a hell of a lot better very, very soon. Okay, let's check it out. What damage did we do down here? Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I expected, as a matter of fact. I mean, the reality is that we may just have to bite the bullet completely. There's just no point in messing around with this here. What I mean with that is we need to bring our ladder all the way down to the abyssalite, if we like it or not. And the only thing that we can basically do is to prevent this here from becoming a problem in the future. Every time something like this here happens, we need to be able to block off everything that could potentially melt. Because down here, once we open this here up and the heat comes up, it will become an issue. It's just a question of time, so we need to be prepared for that. And all this kind of stuff here, all that mercury that is on the left right here is going to be the first thing that melts, more or less instantly once the heat hits, and we need to block that off in a reasonable manner. Something probably that looks... It is probably going to be a full-on wall, honestly. There's just so much of the stuff that everything else just doesn't even make much sense. Must be built in unoccupied space. Oh, we have the bonbon tree here that's complaining. Sure. That I can see. And then on the right side right here, that is all obsidian. Yeah, right here basically. From the obsidian starting downwards to the... Yeah, right here. That's basically the two walls that we need to build on our way down. It just has to happen. And then on the bottom, in an absolute worst case scenario, I will just build a pump real quick and pump that shit out and get it out of here. Just so we don't have to deal with it. That's going to be relatively simple and straightforward. Shouldn't be that big a deal. Especially now that we have plenty of oxygen nearby. That is a very good thing. And I don't foresee too much trouble with this here, to be very honest. Even with the total lack of any kind of oxygen device down here. Atmo suits, oxygen masks, or anything of that like. Okay, let's dig all this here up. Get all the way down there. And that is basically going to be the next thing here. Yeah, look at this here. That is going to be our next challenge. We need to get in here. We need to take care of the spore kits. We need to take care of the heat. And that's going to be the biggest problem at 96 degrees. The heat. We need to find us an oil source that is as close as possible to the surfaces as we can. Like I said, complete lack of any sort of suit. So the heat is going to be our main enemy down here. Dupes are dying, screaming, yelling all day long. That is in our near future. Okay, but I think we are now 65 cycles in. We have 135 cycles left. And I think this is a really good stopping point right now. This is looking great. We are getting there. We have made a massive amount of progress. I mean, it looks an insane amount better than it did last time around when we tried it. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this year. Maybe with a little bit of luck, I can squeeze in another stream tomorrow. We will see. Of course, if you guys are on the Discord, you will know first. If you're subscribed on YouTube, you will know second. And you will be tied with Twitch if you follow over there. So guys, if you haven't done those things yet, now is the time to see how this year continues. And if we can actually stop our little friend from annihilating everything that we have been working on so far all day. But again, thank you all guys today for joining. Truly appreciate all of you guys' support. If you have been watching, if you have been lurking, if you have been running it in the background, if you have been actively chatting, I appreciate each and every one of you. But that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.